Thank you. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the May 20th meeting of the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission. And we really appreciate everybody, staff, guests, commissioners, taking the time to work with us this afternoon on the work of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. So as we call our meeting to order this afternoon, we'll note for the record that both Commissioners Kyle and Mosby are present, but we received advance notice that Vice Chair Barrasso will be joining us just a little bit late. But we're going to go ahead and get started, and he will join us shortly. As we do so often at the beginning of our EQC meetings, we just take a moment to remember why we get together and do this on a regular basis. And just remember what the mission of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality is. And so DEQ's mission is to be a leader in restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, and water. So we're going to see what we can do to further that mission today. With that, we're going to get underway, and now let's see here. I'm going to pause just a second. Stephanie and Richard, I had an agenda that said we were going to start with commissioner reports, but I think now I have one that says we're going to start with meeting minutes. So I would just want to make sure that I'm looking at the correct agenda. Oh, there we go. All right, well, there we have it. All right, well, so commissioners, would somebody like to start us off with sharing just, anything that you've been working on or meetings you've had since we last got together that would be relevant to our work here today?
Yeah, Chair George.
Commissioner Mosby.
I've got two quick items. The first is the DEQ2 program. I've been involved in that, working with their agents or their group. And I just am happy to report that if you've noticed, at least in the Portland metro area, the last few weeks, there's been extensive advertising by one large regional auto service program, basically promoting the DEQ2, that they will serve that. And I've heard from others that it's working out well for them. And just anecdotally, when I've driven by the Sherwood DEQ station there's always been a fairly long line, and sometimes actually out into the street. So I think this is really a good program. I really encourage people to take a look at visiting an auto service member who is DEQ2 qualified. I think it will take some of the load off as the Portland metro area, especially, increases in auto volume again here after the pandemic. So that's one positive thing. The second item is just to let everyone know there's been a huge change at the Board of Forestry. In fact, they have a meeting going on right today, an emergency meeting. The state forester resigned earlier this month, and Jim Kelly now is the new chair. They've got six of their 7 members. There's still a labor spot to be taken care of, but just remind everyone, I have been the liaison for the Board of Forestry, and I think it's time now, especially with the change in leadership there, both at the chair and potentially with the new chief forester, for someone else to take that spot, since I will be departing this fall. So anyway, those are the two things I've got. I think most of you have followed the news, so you know what's been going on with the Board of Forestry, and but it's probably time for the transition for one of our other commissioners to take on the liaison role here. Start fresh with the new group.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosby. Director Whitman.
Thank you, Chair George, commissioners. Good afternoon, Richard Whitman, for the record, DEQ Director. I thought I'd just supplement a little bit what you just heard from Commissioner Mosby regarding the Board of Forestry. I did listen in to the Board of Forestry meeting this morning, and the Board of Forestry, with the resignation of the state forester, is looking at the appointment of both an interim state forester for a period of time while they conduct a national recruitment, and then ultimately hiring a permanent state forester. They're expecting that the acting or interim state forester will likely be in place for as long as 6 months. So this is going to be a major effort on the part of the Board of Forestry to go through the process of recruiting for a new state forester. They did not name an interim state forester this morning. So Lena Tucker, who is the deputy state forester, probably will become the acting state forester for a short period of time before they decide on a new interim. And Peter Doherty, the current state forester, his last day is the end of this month. So I think the end of next week is the end of his term as state forester. You know, this is going to be challenging for the board and the department. We're right at the beginning of fire season. It's looking like a particularly bad fire season, and the legislature has given the Department of Forestry also a long list of work to do in terms of their financial administration, particularly. So because we do so much work with the Department of Forestry, both in water quality and air quality, we are in close touch with them. We know Lena well. We work with their fire people during fire season. So I think we'll be fine. The board is taking this methodically, as they should, and taking their responsibility very seriously. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Director. Commissioner Kyle, do you have any updates?
Yeah, so I'm also, as people know, the liaison with the OWEB board. We had a meeting last month, so I thought I'd share some of what's been going on over there, which is that OWEB is continuing to work with the Global Warming Commission on the natural and working lands carbon sequestration piece of the governor's executive order. So that commission will be making its recommendations later this summer after a very extensive public process. So there's going to be lots of opportunity for people to hear what the thoughts are and also provide their contributions in the public process. So I encourage people to look over to the OWEB website for when those reports are released. And I'll also try to let people know when we're meeting here in the EQC meetings. So OWEB's really kind of looking forward to the recommendations and how that organization will be able to engage more with incentivizing farmers, ranchers, and forest owners to improve the soil health and sequester carbon on the land. So something that's very complementary to the work that DEQ is trying to do, which hopefully together will be kind of create this holistic greenhouse gas emission plan. OWEB's also been very active in partnering with DEQ and ODF to support the natural and cultural resource recovery post-fire. There are funding asks in the legislature right now to support those processes, and it will work across last year's fires, including work to restore and protect the lands that have been serving as a drinking water source in many of the fire impacted communities. So that also kind of dovetails in with what DEQ's mission is with water quality, and then also kind of some of OHA's, Oregon Health Authority's responsibilities with safe drinking water. So those are kind of the two big pushes, and there will be released news releases and reports coming out from those two big pushes. So I encourage people to keep an eye on that. And that's kind of the extent of the big issues from OWEB.
Well, great, thank you for that report. I just had three things that I thought I would share. The first is that I was invited to participate in the Yamhill County Water Task Force, which was just an informal meeting organized by Yamhill County Commissioner Casey Kula to talk to all the local or whoever was interested in terms of local municipalities. First about their drinking water and their wastewater projects, challenges, because he's just one rural county commissioner trying to foster more cooperation and partnerships wherever we can. And it was just a great reminder to remember that for so many, well, for communities everywhere, but especially for, I think, small rural communities, these are huge challenges. And even with working with, state or other programs or grant programs, cobbling together the millions of dollars that are needed sometimes to update your drinking water or wastewater infrastructure is a huge challenge. So it was great to hear about that work and to hear, one county commissioner just trying to bring folks together to see if there's any way in which we can support each other, and to see a county commissioner reaching out to their local tribe and including them in that conversation was much appreciated, because we of course had things to share as well. And then I also thought it was very interesting and I think forward looking that the second item on the agenda was to discuss the Mercury TMDL. And the commissioner wanted to make sure that that was on the radar of the local municipalities and that they were thinking about it. And he wanted to hear what their thoughts were, what they thought they would need to be doing to plan around addressing it. And so it was again, interesting opportunity to hear from, small rural communities about, how they see that from where they sit and the work that they do. Which is a different seat than the ones we sit in here when we have to face the same work. The next thing I thought I'd mention is I got to sit in my capacity as a tribal councilwoman, an interagency state update to tribal governments on Jordan Cove. And so again, just an opportunity to be participating in a conversation that has often come to or near our table, but just in a very different capacity. And as a tribal elected, hearing the interagency update on where that stands now, and it was appreciated, I know, by all the tribes who participated, because many tribes do not have, very, very robust staff. They don't have the staff capacity to track all these things. So they really do rely on these types of informed updates from the state agencies. And then third, I just thought I mentioned that a group called the Forest Waters Coalition reached out to me. And so I had an opportunity to do some listening with them and about the issues they're facing. This is a group of many small communities on, I think, mostly the west side, but just communities who live in or near the Coast Range and whose drinking watersheds, source watersheds are being pretty seriously impacted by some of our forestry activities. And this is a challenge that, again, I'm familiar with. Some of our local communities are facing these as well. And so these groups really were just asking to participate in a larger conversation. They, I think, had some very reasonable concerns. Nobody I spoke to was suggesting any radical solutions, but they want an opportunity to talk about how small communities can protect their drinking watersheds. And it's not always easy or possible for them to do that, even if they do go out and they get the grants and they're able to hire the technical capacity. Sometimes they can't quite get the seat at the table to find out what a good path forward would be to protect their drinking water. So thought I would mention that as well. Any other questions or comments from anyone as we wrap up our commissioner reports? All right, well, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and turn to our item B, which is our draft meeting minutes. Commissioners, we have been provided these in advance. I'm just going to check in. Has Vice Chair Barrasso joined us yet?
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, Commission Assistant. Vice Chair Barrasso has not joined the meeting yet.
Okay, so it could be that we'll want to defer this. Director Whitman.
Thank you, Chair George. Two quick things on the minutes. You may not be acting now. I understand you may defer this, but just two things I noticed in looking at them. One, you may want to note in the minutes that Vice Chair Barrasso did have to leave the meeting at the outset of the meeting. It was an excused absence. It's probably a good idea to put that in the minutes. And then the only other thing is just a small thing. I'm sorry to take your time with this, but on item B, the rescheduling to May of 2021. That's the high hazard rail rulemaking that you're going to be considering later this afternoon. That's it.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is a good note, especially about Commissioner Barrasso. I had noted that, you know, they acknowledged his absence, but you're right. It probably is important to acknowledge that that's an excused absence. So anything other than that, commissioners, that you noticed that should be addressed in our minutes? All right, hearing nothing, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Let's see, can we do that with 3?
Sure.
Excellent. All right, so a motion.
So moved.
And seconded.
Excellent. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? Nobody left to oppose. Our minutes are approved. Thank you very much. All right. Oh, no, I got to get to my right screen here. All right, so we have a presentation here on the high hazard rail rules that the director was just making reference to. And so why don't we go ahead and get underway with this presentation.
Thank you, Chair George. For the record, this is Richard Whitman, DEQ Director. Let me introduce the team that are going to be presenting this action item for the Commission this afternoon, and just say a couple of sentences about this proposal. So the team that you're going to be hearing from include Wes Wisher, Kirian Gray, and Brandon Bertelson, who are staff in our emergency response program. Wes is our new manager for emergency response, and Karian is also new with the agency, and they're doing a great job in this program. We've had a number of challenges already in their short tenure here, and really appreciate their diving in on this. To give a little bit of context for the Commission on this rulemaking, you may recall that this issue has been kind of front and center in Oregon since the Mosier train derailment in 2016. There have been other train derailments since then, including an oil train derailment in Washington several months ago that was quite concerning also. But the Oregon legislature has considered the issue of whether we are adequately planning for these types of spills. And in 2019, the Oregon legislature passed House Bill 2209. Representative Barbara Smith Warner in particular was very active in helping with that legislation. So the rulemaking today is to implement the provisions of House Bill 2209, and many of the substantive policy choices around what will be required of our railroads and what and where contingency planning needs to be done was really made in the context of the legislative decisions around House Bill 2209. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Wes to provide the presentation to the Commission, but I just wanted to give you that overview.
We appreciate that, Director. And so just to kind of further expand on that same thought, if I hear you right in your meeting, as we've been prepared to hear these high hazard rail rules, there's not a lot of latitude here. This is not one of those situations where the Commission could decide, well, rather than the staff proposing, you know, X, we like X plus 3 or something. That really, this rulemaking moves forward what was in the legislation without really a lot of wiggle room for the Commission in its decision-making role. Is that a fair thing to say?
Chair George, that is absolutely fair, and this is a good reminder for the Commission about kind of your role vis-a-vis the legislature. Sometimes the legislature identifies a problem and says to the EQC, this is a problem, please go fix it. And leaves an awful lot up to you in terms of filling in the details. Other times the legislature, for whatever reason, decides it knows and wants to decide and really lock down what the fix to a problem is. And this is one of those latter situations where the legislature really put a lot of specificity into their bill. It was highly negotiated in the legislative process. And so there's not really a lot of latitude here. There are a few areas that were left more open. And you'll hear about those as we go along here. But most of the key issues, what is a high hazard rail route, for instance, have been decided by the legislature.
Great, thank you. That is worth raising because, yeah, some of these issues we may be asked, well, gee, why didn't you include other routes? And so let's go ahead and get underway with the presentation, and I'm sure we'll see some good examples of that.
Good afternoon, Chair George, Commissioners, Director Whitman. For the record, my name is Wes Risher, the Emergency Response Manager with the Land Quality Division at DEQ. I'm here today with Kirian Gray and Brandon Bertelson, my high hazard rail planning team. We are asking the Environmental Quality Commission to adopt the proposed rules in Attachment A as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules governing the high hazard railroad contingency planning. Over the last decade, there has been a substantial increase in crude transported by rail through the state on a regular basis. Transportation of crude oil by rail was not contemplated when laws regarding hazardous rail transportation were enacted. Currently, there are no state requirements for high hazard rail through Oregon. Again, passage of House Bill 2209 during the 2019 legislative session specifically addresses contingency planning for the high hazard rail train routes. These rules implemented the requirements of House Bill 2209 as they pertain to high hazard rail. This rulemaking will allow for the state regulation and contingency planning oversight, as well as emergency response management in the event of a derailment and spill to ensure the continued protection of our environment and public health. With that backdrop, I'm going to turn it over to my high hazard rail planning team, Brandon Bertelson and Kirian Gray, and their presentation of the proposed high hazard rail rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brandon Bertelson. I am presenting today with Kirian Gray. We're the new high hazard rail planning team within emergency response and land quality. First off, thank you, Chair George, fellow members of the commission, and Director Whitman for allowing us to present these proposed high hazard rail rules today. Next slide, please. So just a quick outline of what we're going to go over in this presentation, some of the reasons for the rulemaking. We'll get into background, the more specifics of the rules, some of the public comments that we received and how we addressed them, any questions or further questions that you may have, and taking any of your recommendations as well. Next slide, please. So the reason for the rulemaking stems from the fact that no existing state rules govern the transport of oil by rail in Oregon, as Wes already alluded to. After the legislative session of 2019, House Bill 2209 allowed the DEQ to establish rules for high hazard rail, and these proposed rules reflect the requirements in House Bill 2209. Oil transported by train falls under the definition of high hazard rail as defined in ORS 468B.300, provided it is in a continuous block of 20 or more cars or 35 cars spread throughout the length of the train. ORS 468B.495 states that DEQ must work with federal, state, local, and tribal partners in regards to the contingency planning. These new high hazard rail rules fill in gaps within our existing rules and align the proposed high hazard rail requirements with general oil spill rules that are already established in statute and by rule, which provided the backbone of the rule development process. Next slide, please. So existing language in Chapter 340, Division 141 was updated, and a new high hazard rail specific section was added. The proposed high hazard rail rules are consistent with the existing federal requirements. However, 40 CFR 300 does not explicitly lay out plan requirement details. Therefore, the requirements from statute and the existing requirements for facilities and vessels serve as the basis for the new proposed rules concerning high hazard rail. Derailments have proven to be a dangerous event with serious risk to the environment and public health. As Director Whitman already alluded to, it was recently illustrated by the derailment this past December in Custer, Washington, as well as the one you're all familiar with in 2016 with the derailment in Mosier, Oregon. Next slide. On Friday, June 3rd, 2016, a westbound Union Pacific 96-car unit train carrying Bakken crude oil derailed in Mosier, Oregon. 16 cars derailed with 3 catching fire. 42,000 gallons was spilled. Community outreach was difficult at the start, and it actually had to be conducted by door-to-door checks. So this incident proved the need for DEQ rail specialists who would have been familiar with the rail-specific contingency plans and lessons learned from drills and exercises. In contrast, on December 22nd, 2020 in Custer, Washington, there was a similar derailment of 10 cars with 2 catching fire and a spill of approximately 29,000 gallons. Because Washington had rail planners who were familiar with the rail contingency plans, as well as the drills and exercises that were recently conducted prior to the incident, the state was able to verify that the response followed the contingency plan to the letter. This included groundwater sampling, efficient use of community notification systems, and community air monitoring procedures that were enacted soon after the incident was reported. All of these improved areas were concurrently tracked by state officials who are familiar with the submitted state contingency plans. I will now be followed by Kieran Gray, who did a fantastic job drafting these rules before I even came on board, and he'll get more into the specifics of these rules.
Thank you, Brandon. If I could have the next slide, please. Chair George, fellow commissioners, and Director Whitman, for the record, my name is Kieran Gray. As you can see from the map, the red lines show the high hazard train routes in Oregon. These routes include urban, rural, and tribal communities, as well as our historic Columbia River Gorge scenic area. Currently, 2 railroads operate high hazard rail routes throughout the state. These rules are essential for the protection of a large number of Oregon's communities. Next slide, please. These numbers are reported from ODOT, show the peak number of cars going through the state by the 2 companies currently operating high hazard rail in Oregon. While there was a decrease in transport of cars through Oregon last year, year after year trends before COVID showed an increase in volume of train cars coming through our state. Next slide, please. The new high hazard rail rules that we are requesting to be adopted not only update outdated language already existing in OAR 340-141, but they also add a new high hazard rail specific section that builds on Division 141. Next slide, please.
Just a minute, Kieran, I just have a question. I appreciated the map that you shared. That made it really clear exactly what lines we're talking about. And as we began this presentation, we acknowledged that there were certain things simply defined from the initiating legislation. The types of materials that are transported on these lines, which in this rule are being identified as high hazard rail, are there other lines within the state that transport similar types of chemicals or at similar volumes?
Thank you, Chair George. From my understanding, we're relying on information provided by ODOT. And so from the information that has been provided to us by ODOT, the 2 railroad companies that were listed out on the map are the primary carriers. There might be other volumes that do not fulfill that 20 car or 35 car through the consist definition that we had established. But to our knowledge, from all the information that we've received so far, there are only the 2 companies as described that operate the high hazard rail in the quantity enough to qualify as high hazard rail.
Thank you. Director Whitman.
Very briefly, and I think Commissioner Mosby also wants to say something about this, but there are a number of short line railroads in Oregon also that do carry oil and other substances that qualify under the very broad definition of oil for purposes of high hazard in Oregon. And In particular, I'll note the route out to Port Westward, where we have a fairly significant transloading facility for both petroleum and renewable fuels, is one that we see a fair number of oil tank cars on. Now, I think they have worked to keep the number of cars in any one train below the numbers that Kieran mentioned, so they don't trip that definition of a high hazard route. But that is one that we are watching, and that I think we have some concern about. But again, with the legislation being so specific about what is or is not a high hazard rail line, you don't and we don't really have the ability to do anything unless the legislature were to take up this issue and make a change in statute.
Understood. Thank you for that. Commissioner Mosby.
Yes, Chair George, my question probably is for Wes and his team. It's maybe a little add-on to what Richard said. What really got my attention here was the derailment in Custer, Washington, up on the north central part of the state. And I noted that at 7.2 miles an hour, they had the derailment, I think, of 10 cars. My question is, again, we're covering the class 1 railroads, and obviously with the 20 car chain or 35 in the spread throughout the train, that's great. This was a very good report. But my question is, do we have any contingency plans? Obviously I've been around the rail business quite a bit, shipping lumber and other commodities. And we've got, as Richard said, we've got the short line out to Port Westward. We've got the Siskiyou line that runs down to Medford. People do take bulk, the bulk petroleum distributors do take cars. We go out to the coast, both the Newport area and the Coos Bay area. There again is petroleum products in tank cars that are moved, not very rarely, I would guess, in a 20 car minimum. And then we've got a biofuel plant being built in the Lakeview area, and they will be on a short line railroad. Whether they have the volume to do 20 cars at a time, I don't know, but they're going to move aviation biofuels out of there by rail primarily. So I do have concern we need contingency plans, and most of these short lines run at lower speeds than the class 1 railroads going through the state, but still they probably don't have quite the maintenance standards that some of the class 1 railroads have. I think it's a major problem. I mean, even if you had 4 or 5 cars derail and explode, it could be, depending on where it was located, it's going to be an environmental hazard to start with, but it could be a real human tragedy if there was a population center nearby. So again, my question probably to Wes and his team, are there any plans for, and obviously it sounds like we've got to get the legislature involved, but currently what do we do if one of these short line railroads has a derailment, even at slow speeds, and we have a petroleum-based fire?
Commissioner Mosley, this is Wes Risher. With regard to the short line and the other smaller consist of trains, ODOT, Hazmat, and Oregon State Fire Marshal are very much they're aware of those. They actually do the contingency planning with those railroads with regard to that movement of product. And we, with this program, will be actually working much more closely with them as well in the overall contingency and drill and exercise element of this rulemaking. You're aware that this is a risk to all communities, and there are active efforts by both ODOT and State Fire Marshal to manage that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Wes, for that update as well. If I could go on to the next slide, please. The newer sources of crude oil coming through our state can be more combustible than previous supply sources, and this creates more of an explosive hazard. In addition to the explosive hazard, some crude oil does not evaporate as readily as others, so some product, when mixed due to processing requirements, can remain as a persistent threat to public health and the environment, though through not only the presence of toxins, but also saturating and smothering the impacted biota. These risks necessitate a coordinated cleanup effort. This means that it is imperative that we establish emergency response guidelines and ensure that railroads are operating within them. With the new high hazard rail team, the high hazard rail planners will be able to not only evaluate and approve the contingency plans that are submitted by the high hazard rail operators, but also ensure that drills and exercises happen at regular intervals, which will better equip all parties to respond to a spill, as Wes just previously mentioned, with the State Fire Marshal and hazmat teams from ODOT as well. Further, contingency plan requirements include protections for communities and environments along the high hazard rail corridors and allow the DEQ to make sure that necessary protections are in place. Finally, high hazard rail planners will be able to also focus on the development of geographic response plans, known as GRPs, which will map out important areas that need additional protections and allow the DEQ to work with communities to find out which resources, such as economic, social, and cultural resources, would need additional protections. This will be a DEQ and community collaborative effort laid out within the new high hazard rail rules to ensure that the public and the environment are protected and looked after. Next slide, please. The new high hazard rail rules add a definition section for definitions specific to high hazard rail, as well as establish applicability for who must follow those rules. Next slide, please. They list out contingency plan contents, which are similar to the plan contents already required of vessels and facilities, but also have specific language in them to make them more applicable by rail. Due to the risks posed by the newer oil products, air monitoring is even more of a priority for spill response. Air quality at the site and the surrounding area must now be closely monitored to ensure safety for not just responders, but also the community. As part of a proactive and effective response, this essential function was performed at both Mosier and the custody derailments by the EPA and private contractors. With air monitoring in place, the risk to community was able to be monitored and to allow for coordinated and effective community notifications. Additionally, the drill and exercise requirements that are laid out for the railroads to follow are similar to those required of facilities and vessels. This allows for multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional response evaluation to ensure adequacy of the plan and the resources. And next slide, please. Within the proposed high hazard rail rules, there are sections that list out requirements for DEQ to evaluate and approve the plans, as well as provisions that describe updating procedures and how changes will be tracked, as an example, incorporating the development of a new geographic response plan into the existing contingency plan that was already submitted. Next slide, please. These new rules are a product of this timeline. The new high hazard rail team has been working since the beginning of May of 2020. We held 3 rule advisory committee meetings and 1 public hearing completely online due to our current COVID environment. Our public comment period ended the last week of December of 2020. Next slide, please. I'd now like to take a second to talk about public comments. Overall, there was general agreement that these rules were far overdue. Key aspects of the rules that were encouraged were air monitoring for the responders and the community, financial assurance from the railroad company that they can cover the costs of spills, acknowledgement that the proposed rules capture what was in House Bill 2209 from the 2019 legislative session, and the full inventory of resources, including fish and wildlife habitat, that would be captured in the geographic response plan development. It should be noted that there were a few items that were unable to be changed, such as definitions to include all oils, including biologicals, and what qualifies as worst case spill. These could not be changed due to existing language within the statute. Next slide, please. Some items were updated due to public comments. They were clarity on drill and exercise requirements and their compatibility with MPREP. And MPREP is the National Preparedness for Response Exercise Program. It is a national program which establishes guidelines for drills and exercises in accordance with federal regulations. There were also some language updates to ensure that there is uniformity across the entirety of Division 141, as well as language to more accurately reflect terminology commonly used in spill response. Next slide, please.
Okay. And we'll just take a quick pause to acknowledge that Vice Chair Barrasso has joined us. Welcome, Vice Chair, and go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Chair George. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, thank you. Over 400 comments from an organization that expressed overall support of the rules was received. The support included importance of air monitoring for the community and responders at the site, a sensitive resource inventory which would be built with the geographic response plans and developed with input from local communities, and proof of financial coverage, which was established in statute and ensures that the company has the financial means to pay for spill response activities. The main concern was the previously mentioned definition of the worst case spill, again, language which came directly from statute. Next slide, please. Of all comments received, vast majority agreed that these proposed rules were overdue and badly needed. There was large general support for the rules with some modifications that were submitted during the comment process. Some changes that were requested were unable to be changed due to existing language within the statute. The largest change was the removal of the proposed tank car fee section, which would have established a $20 per loaded tank car fee. This section was pulled in response to comment to allow for further work and collaboration among the state agencies involved in its implementation. This will be taken care of at a later time. This change has no impact on the DEQ funding for the high hazard rail planning program. Next slide, please. At this time, I'd like to pause for any questions that anyone might have.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Kyle.
So I just kind of like to follow up on what Commissioner Wade was mentioning, and also acknowledging the fact that this rulemaking is kind of boxed in by what the legislature has put before us to evaluate. But what would be the next steps to take to kind of make this rule more expansive to the other rail lines that are not currently being covered by this rule?
So Chair George, Commissioner Kyle, I'll take a shot at that and then invite Wes if he wants to add anything. I think there are basically two pathways for that to occur. One would be if the Oregon legislature decides to, if the Oregon legislature were to decide to amend the statute that was adopted in 2019. So it would require reopening that discussion in the Oregon legislature. The other possibility, which frankly may be a little bit more likely in the nearer term, is conversation at the national level about federal requirements for contingency planning, and both with the Federal Rail Administration and also I think forgetting all the federal agencies that are involved in all the contingency planning. But I think with the new federal administration and continuing concern about this risk nationally, and frankly, the railroad's concerns about differential treatment between the states, this may be something that is taken up at the national level. That's my 2 cents. Wes, I don't know if you want to add anything, or Kirian, or
Director Whitman, I believe you covered it. We may need to look at a legislative change with respect to the definition of oil for the state of Oregon. But currently, the federal definition of oil covers the renewable diesel that's coming through Oregon. It's just that those short lines is where that oil is being translated, that the renewable diesel is being moved and transloaded. And that's where we probably need to have a definition of oil change by the legislature.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think this is an excellent and overdue start. we will continue to hope for additional action to even protect more communities and areas. Any other questions or comments for the presenters? Don't see any. Looks like you've covered it very well.
Thank you, Chair George. I would like to just take a moment on behalf of myself, my fellow high hazard rail planner, Brandon Bertelson, and our manager, Wes Risher. I want to thank you all for your time. We would not have been able to finally get here without the help and guidance of Mike Zolich, Lydia Emer, Abby Buderis, Annalise Abatia, Emil Knighty, and Gary Bruman, and the rest of the emergency response staff. Thank you, members of the commission and Director Whitman, for your time and attention. It's been a privilege to get to build this new team. So with the information that we have presented, DEQ recommends that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules concerning high hazard rail as part of Chapter 340, Division 141 of the Oregon Administrative Rules.
Commissioners, at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Chair George?
Mosby.
Yeah, I move that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rule amendments as seen in attachment A of this report as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules.
Second.
This is Commissioner Kyle. I second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Congratulations to the team and everybody who's done this, contributed to this important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We are now ready for our informational item, which is the Clean Truck Rulemaking Update. So this is an effort in progress, and it will come back to the Commission in the future. And we'd like to welcome the team for this presentation.
Thank you, Chair George. I will give a very brief introduction and then quickly hand it over to Ali Mirzakhalili, who is here, who is going to lead the presentation today. But as you just noted, Chair George, this is an initial briefing for the full commission on a rulemaking effort that we expect to come back before the commission in November. This work is a key part of the agency's strategy, both to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in Oregon and also to control diesel emissions in Oregon. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that from the team this afternoon. So with that, Ali, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Director Whitman. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ali Mirzakhalili, Director Administrator for Air Quality Division. Chair George, Vice Chair Brasso, and members of the Commission. Thank you for indulging us. We're happy to be with you today to discuss the informational item on new medium and heavy duty truck emission standards. In the near future, as Director Whitman mentioned, the Commission will have an opportunity to make an important decision regarding whether Oregon joins California in adopting two of the most significant rules to reduce new truck tailpipe emissions in over 2 decades. The two California rules that the DEQ staff will discuss with you are new standards for zero emission trucks and reduced nitrogen oxides and particulate matter standards for conventional fuel trucks. Unlike passenger vehicles, which typically average about 12,000 miles per year, some heavy commercial trucks can average 60,000 plus miles in a year and can therefore have a disproportionate impact on the communities where they operate. It won't be easy, but as you have heard in the previous reports presented to you over the past year, diesel pollution continues to be a threat to the health and well-being of vulnerable communities across the state, and we know that we must act. Diesel trucks represent 98% of all conventional fueled heavy truck registered in Oregon, and these California rules present a rare opportunity to substantially reduce emissions by mandating cleaner, more advanced technology on board each new truck purchased in the state. And I would like to introduce Eric Feely and Rachel Sakata, air quality planners who focus on mobile source pollution and transportation. Eric and Rachel are co-leading the EQ's efforts with the upcoming rulemaking. So I'll now turn it over to Eric to get us started.
Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and members of the commission. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. For the record, my name is Eric Feely, and I am the air quality planner at DEQ, who focuses on reducing diesel pollution. Next slide, please. I want to start off by giving you a brief overview about the content that we will be presenting to you today. First, we'll provide you a brief review of background information that we have shared in previous presentations to remind you about the concerns over diesel pollution, DEQ's strategy for reducing diesel emissions, and then we'll wrap up the background discussion with a focus on Oregon's authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate different sources of diesel emissions. Rachel Sakata will then take you through details of California's Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, which is focused on medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle sales mandates. I will then move on to discuss California's heavy-duty engine and vehicle omnibus regulation, which is a mouthful, but it's often referred to as low NOx or low NOx omnibus for short. I will then turn it back over to Rachel to discuss updates to the low-emission vehicle rules, and then Rachel will wrap us up with a discussion about our next steps. Next slide, please. So the general impacts of diesel emissions on health, air quality, vulnerable communities, and climate, those are all well established. The map on the left shows modeled 2017 exposure to diesel particulate matter in the Portland metro area. There, you can see that many areas of the region are registering at least 10 times above the benchmark. This indicates that in these areas, there is a higher risk of certain cancers, lung disease, and cardiovascular impacts. Diesel engines also have a disproportionate impact on criteria pollutant levels like ozone, particulate matter, and oxides of nitrogen, or what we refer to as NOx, which puts some areas in Oregon at risk of exceeding the national ambient air quality standards. In addition, some communities experience much higher levels of diesel pollution than others, and this disproportionate impact is often experienced by communities of color. Finally, as you've heard from us recently, transportation emissions are a significant contributor to Oregon's greenhouse gas and criteria pollutant emissions. The latest data from our 2019 greenhouse gas inventory shows that transportation emissions make up at least 40% of the overall emissions, while heavy-duty trucks and buses, which typically are fueled by diesel, only account for 4% of vehicles on the road nationally. They are responsible for nearly 25% of total transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions. Emissions from trucks are one of the fastest growing sources of greenhouse gas emissions, and the number of truck miles traveled on the nation's roads is projected to continue to grow significantly in the coming decades. Given the concern about emissions from the transportation sector, the governor and DEQ have leaned in towards a comprehensive strategy to address greenhouse gas emissions, and that includes the following. The first, the governor's executive order 20-04, directing state agencies to take actions to reduce and regulate greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. The second, Senate Bill 1044, which passed the legislature in 2019, that bill had a goal for at least 90% of new motor vehicles sold annually to be zero emission by 2035. You may have heard of the Every Mile Counts campaign, which is the state transportation strategy campaign, which follows Oregon's multi-agency carbon reduction roadmap. And that includes an action to establish emission standards and requirements for medium and heavy-duty trucks. And finally, the multi-state medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle memorandum of understanding. In July 2020, that MOU was signed with 14 other states and Washington, D.C., and Rachel will talk more about that commitment in a few minutes. Next slide, please. As we presented to you in January of this year, the adoption of California's Advanced Clean Trucks and Low NOx Omnibus rules is in line with the agency's overall diesel strategy. These strategies represent actions that address Oregon's largest sources of diesel emissions, are within our legal authorities, and can be completed with existing resources. And broadly, they fall into three categories that you can see on the screen. The first is replacing and retiring the oldest diesel engines. These strategies refer to incentives and regulations that are designed to more rapidly transition Oregon's fleet and thereby reduce these harmful emissions more quickly. Number two, adopt new and cleaner technologies. These strategies are designed to set Oregon up for success in the future and benefit from the rapidly changing technology landscape. And three, supporting owners and operators as they transition their fleets. States like California have seen the most success in emissions reduction when they pair regulations with incentives. And as you may know, Oregon DEQ is on the precipice of opening our first round of diesel emission mitigation grants using funds from the VW cheating scandal that will help with this transition. But today we're going to focus on the adoption of new and cleaner technologies, that second bullet point. It's important to remember that new engine and pollution control technologies are the main reason that we have seen increasing vehicle miles traveled and increasing diesel fuel consumption, while at the same time, we have seen reductions in diesel emissions over the long term. That is totally about new technology adoption. The problem is that reductions are not happening fast enough to meet community and climate needs. And new technologies are capable of bringing even more reductions in the near term. Now, I want to turn it over to Rachel Sakata to go into more detail about Oregon's legal authority and some specifics of the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. Next slide.
Great, thank you, Eric. So good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rachel Sakata, and I'm an air quality planner at DEQ. Now that we've, as Eric has gone through and explained why this is important to us, there are a few key steps that DEQ can take to address this need. And so as we've discussed with you at the January EQC meeting, there are quite a few authorities to regulate these vehicles. So I'll start with the in-use engines first. The Federal Clean Air Act does not prohibit states from establishing emission standards for the in-use motor vehicles. So any standard that a state establishes for these in-use motor vehicles cannot be more stringent than the current new vehicle standards, as that would be in effect be a standard on new engines. So Oregon has exercised its authority to establish standards for in-use motor vehicles specific to diesel engines, which we're covering today. So that includes the VIP program, which can establish standards for, which establishes a program for inspecting and certifying compliance with emission standards. And that also includes, and there's also the engine phase-out deadlines. So for example, in 2019, the Oregon legislature established a schedule by which older diesel trucks cannot be registered in Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington counties because of their higher emissions. But moving on to the new motor vehicles, it's a slightly different situation. Under the Federal Clean Air Act, states are not allowed to establish their own motor vehicle emission standards, with the exception of California. California has set motor vehicle emission standards that are more stringent than those set by EPA for criteria air pollutants, greenhouse gases, and air toxics. Then EPA grants a waiver to California to do this under the provisions of the Clean Air Act. And then additionally, Section 177 of the Clean Air Act permits other states to adopt and enforce California's emission standards. If a state chooses to opt in, they must adopt California's rules identically. Overall, right now, there are 16 total Section 177 states, which includes Oregon, that have currently opted in. Now, Oregon has been a Section 177 state since 2005, when the EQC adopted motor vehicle emission standards for new vehicles, otherwise known as the Low and Zero Emissions Vehicle Regulations for passenger cars and trucks. And this is because back then, we recognized the need to address greenhouse gases and other air pollutants emitted by these vehicles. And while we have adopted California's ZEV requirements for passenger cars and trucks, known as the light duty vehicles, we have not done so for the medium or heavy duty vehicles. So therefore, we are bringing before you the zero emission vehicle, or ZEV, and low NOx requirements for medium and heavy duty vehicles in the near future. And so these regulations, known as the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, sets Oregon on a path towards a zero carbon transportation future, while the Heavy Duty Low NOx Omnibus Rule protects the frontline communities by ensuring new diesel trucks are as clean as possible. So if we go to the next slide, please. And I'll start with the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. California recently adopted the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, which will result in greenhouse gas and tailpipe emissions reductions in the medium and heavy duty vehicle sectors. Now, these rules would apply to Class 2B through Class 8 trucks, which include for the Class 2B and 3 trucks, those would be things like pickup trucks, cargo vans, city delivery trucks. And then for the Class 4 through 8 trucks, it would include things like drayage trucks, first and last mile delivery trucks, garbage trucks, local buses, utility and government vehicles, school buses. And then for the Class 7, 8 trucks, those would include the tractor trailer trucks. So both the short haul and the long haul. Basically, California's rule requires the medium and heavy duty vehicle manufacturers to sell zero emission vehicles as a certain percentage of sales, beginning with the 2024 model year. And as Eric mentioned earlier, we want to emphasize that this only applies to new trucks, not the existing older ones. So if we go to the next slide, please. Now, we believe that the goals California has set forth are achievable, and this is based on California's evaluation of the current market availability. There are at least 70 electric truck and bus models on the market, and manufacturers are expected to make many more new models commercially available over the next decade. Most trucks and vans operate less than 100 miles per day, and many technologies can currently serve the need. And alternatively, on the heavy duty side, Daimler, PACCAR, and Volvo, who collectively account for nearly 90% of the Class 7, 8 truck market, are all actively testing zero emission Class 8 tractor trailers and have announced plans to bring them to production over the next 1 to 2 years. There have also been many recent announcements by manufacturers to convert their fleets to all electric. So as I mentioned, Daimler, in addition to producing the Class 8 long haul trucks, also recently announced its electric island, which is the first location for medium and heavy duty charging for public use. Amazon has committed to 100,000 electric delivery vans. IKEA has committed to 100% electric for all deliveries and through suppliers. And by 2040, the entire FedEx parcel pickup and delivery fleet will be zero emission electric vehicles. Even with the announcements by manufacturers, this rulemaking will help set specific targets to get manufacturers to electrify their medium and heavy duty fleets. So if we go to the next slide, please. Basically, this graph shows the requirements that truck manufacturers must meet to comply with the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. So under California's rule, the truck manufacturers must deliver a certain percentage of zero emission trucks based on their overall truck sales. The sales numbers are based on vehicles sold and delivered to purchasers in Oregon. So the following chart provides the required sales requirements based on the truck class size. So as an example, in 2035, if a manufacturer is selling 6,000 Class 8 trucks in Oregon, then 40% of those trucks must be zero emission vehicle, which is basically equivalent to 2,400 Class 8 trucks. Now, this framework is similar to how California set up the program for passenger cars and trucks, which we adopted back in 2005 and continue to implement. It's also important to note that the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule sets sales floors, and while we hope actual sales exceed the floor, we can anticipate continued reliance on diesel in key sectors for a while, thus the need to ensure that those new diesel trucks are clean. So with that, I will then hand it back over to Eric, who will now walk you through the heavy-duty low NOx omnibus regulation.
Thank you, Rachel. And as Rachel just explained to you, the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule is designed to push the market for medium and heavy duty trucks toward a zero emission future. And we know the market demand for conventional fuel trucks will continue in the near term, as Rachel pointed out. For that reason, oh, sorry, next slide. Thank you. For that reason, CARB proposed a complementary set of rules to lower emission standards for the newest conventional fuel trucks, which are primarily diesel trucks, as you've heard before. The core of this set of standards is the reduction of oxides of nitrogen, or NOx, which are a byproduct of the combustion process. These standards ensure that NOx emissions from these trucks will be 75% lower, starting with model year 2024 engines, and then 90% lower in 2027. The PM 2.5 standard for these vehicles would also be reduced by 50%, starting with model year 2024. This is a critical anti-backsliding standard, which wouldn't allow manufacturers to increase PM while they're decreasing NOx. Another important element of California's low NOx standards are the extension of useful life and warranty periods. Modern trucks are kept on the road for much longer periods of time while racking up more and more miles traveled, and these new standards reflect that reality. Longer warranty periods will ensure that these trucks are built with more durable components that will then also be covered in the event of failure. This reduces the number of individual trucks on the road that are categorized as high emitters due to poor maintenance and/or deterioration of pollution control devices. It also prolongs the amount of time that an individual truck will meet the standard, since truck owners will be more likely to bring in a warranty truck for repair. Another element of these rules are in-use emissions testing. So California has developed requirements for in-use emissions testing that will essentially help us to learn more about what's happening in the real world. So as we learned from the VW cheating scandal, just because a manufacturer claims to be meeting pollution standards, it doesn't mean that the vehicles are actually meeting those pollution standards. For that reason, manufacturers must meet emissions testing requirements that actually measure the pollutants during the operation of trucks following their normal routes. And finally, another element that's very important to these rules is what is referred to as the low load cycle standard. This is very important. This new standard addresses idling and light loads, or low speeds, where the engine typically doesn't run hot enough to keep the pollution control equipment functioning properly. This new low load standard will address a very large percentage of emissions found in the urban and more traffic congested areas. Next slide, please. So it's important to remember the primary reason why we are considering these rules from California. And these charts show at a very high level estimates of the amount of pollution reduction that we could potentially see with the adoption of each rule. Here, we're focused in on emissions from medium and heavy duty trucks, and I'll draw your attention to the left side of the slide that shows you potential emission reductions from the low NOx rule. And what you see in orange are the potential NOx emissions and PM emissions that are reduced if we implement this rule here in Oregon. So we potentially could see as much as 14% of NOx emissions reduced and 8% of particulate emissions reduced. If you look to the right side of the slide, you'll see similar numbers for the advanced clean trucks rule that Rachel went over. In that case, we could see as much as 16% of NOx reduced and 14% of particulate reduced. Now, I do want to say that it's important that you can't necessarily combine these two and say, let's say, for example, NOx, combine 14 and 16 and say, oh, we're going to look at 30% reductions. There's a little bit of overlap here. So, the models that you're looking at really were exclusive to each rule alone and were not combined. So just keep that in mind. But this gives you some idea of the amount of reductions that we could see with each one of these rules. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Rachel to wrap us up. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Eric. So another part of this upcoming rule proposal will also include updates to the existing low emission vehicle rules for passenger vehicles to ensure continued identicality with California's rules. So CARB adopted revisions to the onboard diagnostic 2 requirements for light duty vehicles back in October of 2019. And these changes basically clarify both the existing definitions and testing requirements, and also allow manufacturers to certify future vehicles that comply with the OB2 regulations. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so now that we've walked you through the different components of the upcoming rulemaking, this shows the current actions underway and planned. As Eric mentioned earlier, back in July of 2020, Oregon signed on to the multi-state medium and heavy duty ZEV Memorandum of Understanding. And it basically commits states to work together to advance and accelerate the market for electric medium and heavy duty vehicles, and includes a recommended action for states to adopt both the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule regulation and the Low NOx Omnibus. Since then, DEQ has been moving forward with that action. We've been meeting with various stakeholders to discuss development of the rules, and we will also be convening a formal rule advisory committee and be having meetings in the next few months. Next, we'll be putting the rules out for public comment in the August-September timeframe. And then we plan to bring you the rules in November, where you will then decide whether or not to adopt California's rules. Again, DEQ is pursuing these regulations because it essentially ensures the next generation of Oregon trucks are as clean as possible. These regulations are designed to reduce the tailpipe pollution in the near term, while putting the state on a path towards a zero emission vehicle future. And, as Eric mentioned earlier, these rules are central to one of DEQ's 3 strategic directives on diesel, which is to adopt newer and cleaner technology. Therefore, in conclusion, the Advanced Clean Trucks rules sets Oregon on a path towards a zero carbon transportation future, while the Low NOx Omnibus protects frontline communities by ensuring new diesel trucks are as clean as possible and is consistent with the state's goals to address diesel and greenhouse gas emissions. And if you want to go to the next slide, this just has our contact information, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the team? Vice Chair Barrasso.
Thank you, and apologies to everyone for being late. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Eric. Going back to slide number 8, where you have the table where you're showing essentially the level, the percentage of sales of the clean trucks for each year. Just so I get a sense, because I'm trying to understand why the class 4 through 8 rigid trucks have a higher set of requirements, like whereas the other classes, the class 2B-3 and the class 7 and 8, sort of just have a lower tier of requirements of sales for clean trucks.
Sure. So Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, I'm happy to answer that question. So this is sort of acknowledging the existing availability of trucks right now. So right now, within the class 4 to 8, there's actually quite a few trucks currently available. There is sort of a slower ramp up for the class 2B3 and the class 7-8 because there's a recognition that it's going to take a little more time, and the manufacturers are planning to produce these ZEV trucks, but it's sort of, as I mentioned earlier, California kind of looked at the existing market, and they're looking and projecting out to the future of what they anticipate manufacturers should be able to meet. So the class 7-8, it's sort of recognizing that it is, they are coming out, but it's, that ramp up needs to occur a little bit later.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up, Vice Chair?
If you don't mind. Thank you, Chair George. Just a follow-up question. And as these conversations are going, and I suppose, I don't know what, I assume California adopted these rules, if I recall right, very recently. What is the state of the just as you all are talking with other states, other jurisdictions, how is this conversation playing out in Washington, in Idaho, in other just neighboring states? As I know that it is part of just generally we're part of a broader market as we move.
Sure. So Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, there are many other states that have currently committed to looking at they've currently committed to adopting them in the near future. So Washington State has also indicated that they plan to move forward with adopting the Advanced Clean Trucks rule, as well as New Jersey currently is actually in public comment for these rules right now. New York also plans to move forward with the rulemaking this summer, as well as at least 6 or 7 other states that have also indicated that they plan to adopt these rules. Idaho has not mentioned anything yet, though, I must say.
Director Whitman.
Thank you, Chair George, and thank you, Eric and Rachel. Really nice presentation. I have a question about this slide also, which is how does the clean truck sales requirement here relate to the ZEV requirement for passenger vehicles and light duty trucks? Do you remember what I know I'm hitting you probably cold with that question, but I'm just trying to get a sense of whether the ramp up rate that we're seeing here for clean trucks, how it compares just roughly with the ramp up rate for zero emission vehicles under California's current standards.
So Chair George, Director Whitman, right now, California is actually looking at making some changes to the light duty and medium heavy duty fleet for model years 2026 to 2035. Right. And so that ramp up is a little different just based on what they also, again, perceive the current market is and what manufacturers have committed to. So I know that in some early conversations that we've been having with California, they're looking at a variety of options, which include maybe an initial higher ramp up in the beginning and then sort of leveling out over the next few years. But it's still very much in development. But I will mention that with these rules, the ZEV requirements, manufacturers who do make the medium and heavy duty trucks can either fulfill their ZEV requirements in either the sort of the light medium heavy duty sector or under the advanced clean trucks component, but not both. They can't get credit in both. They can only get credit in one or the other. So it's kind of up to the manufacturers to figure out which is best for them.
Thank you, Rachel. I believe what I've heard from the Biden administration, and this is I would say aspirational at the moment because there hasn't been a specific proposal, but we've heard proposals for passenger vehicles of getting to 100% zero emission vehicles in terms of new car sales by 2035 is the number that I've heard recently. So I think just for the commission to just kind of frame this, in part of the reason for those numbers is, again, on the passenger vehicle side, we typically see about a 15-year life of passenger vehicles now. It's actually probably a little bit longer than that. But if we're serious about getting to something close to net zero or zero by 2050, which is the goal that everybody is really focusing on in terms of our climate work, and you count 15 years back from that in terms of the turnover of the vehicle fleet. That's why 2035 is really a key date here, because it will essentially, no pun intended, drive what we're driving around in 2050. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for the presentation, or the presenters, I should say? Vice Chair Barrasso.
Eric, you made a comment earlier in the slide about the low emissions standards, the updated low emissions standards around PM and NOx. And you said it was a 90, I forget, it was whether 75%, 90% reduction. I just want to know whether that was a reduction from what I understand is I think the last set of standards we have around that were 2011, or was that, what was that baseline that the reduction was coming from? Since I know a lot of our push has been to try to get past the 2007 and 2011.
Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, thank you for the question. The yes, the 90% reductions that I mentioned, and I mentioned two levels. I mentioned 75% and 90%, so you weren't wrong. 75% is a sort of interim standard, which will happen by 2024, and 90% reductions by 2027. And those percentage decreases are based on, yes, the model year 2010 engine, which was the first year in which we saw NOx emissions on board, medium and heavy duty trucks. So it's 90% in comparison to that standard, which is, the 0.2 standard. So, we're ultimately looking at a 0.02 standard by 2027, which is 90% lower than 0.2, which is the current standard today.
Okay. So just so I can state what seems to be for me, that's we're talking pretty clean diesel trucks here.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they as clean as you can get, technology wise. And California put a lot of effort and resources into studying this and studying the technological capability of achieving 0.02. And they were able to demonstrate that with different types of technology. So they know that it can be done. So that's the reason for them pushing ahead with this standard, is that they know that it's technologically feasible to do, based on what they're predicting. Again, what's currently available, and then what they're anticipating with advancements in technologies as we go forward.
Thank you.
Director Whitman, do you have another comment? Director, I think you're.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair George. This has been a great presentation, and it really helps us see how we might get to some significant reductions in emissions from this part of our transportation sector. You've had conversations with stakeholders over recent months, including, I think, at least one manufacturer who's located here in Oregon. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're hearing from stakeholders, and to help prepare the commission for what's coming to them in November? If we've heard serious concerns, what have some of the concerns been that we've heard so far? I know we haven't formally started the rulemaking yet.
So I'll go ahead and start, Chair George, Director Whitman. Some of the concerns that we have heard are basically revolve around the cost of the vehicles. The zero emission vehicles are a little more expensive than your typical diesel engines. However, I know we've also been looking at information in California, put together information as well, just about how overall the total cost of ownership is expected to be on par with the diesel engines, if not a little bit, some cost savings, just because of the reduced fuel costs, the reduced maintenance costs, and the fact that battery costs will continue to drop over the next few years. Another concern that we've heard is just the availability of charging infrastructure, because with these bigger vehicles, it requires a lot more power to charge them. And so, looking at how we can improve the infrastructure and the build out for these vehicles to come online over the next few years. And then I'm trying to think, I think some other concerns too was that there may be pre-buy, no-buy concerns that that purchasers may buy ahead of the regulations. But I think overall what we've seen is these concerns were also raised when the light duty ZEV requirements came on board, that people would be buying them ahead of time, but it didn't necessarily lead to that, at least what they saw. And also just globally, there's just the trend towards zero emission vehicles. And so the market is just moving in this direction anyway. And so manufacturers are going to need to meet this need. So I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, Director Whitman. I think I would just sort of supplement Rachel's response, because really the cost was the sort of main point that was brought up for the low NOx rules. And that's been my focus. And what I will say about that is that keep in mind like where the source of those costs come from. Mostly the source is from the warranty. So that's really one of the major objections or concerns that have been brought up by manufacturers, is this sort of longer warranty period and the costs associated with longer warranties. One thing that I think is interesting, just a thought about this, because I've spoken with California about this issue, is that you'll see different sets of numbers out there in the studies that have been done, looking at the costs. And what California did is actually take what typical buyers of heavy duty trucks actually purchase today, like what types of warranties they actually purchase with those trucks today. And then they sort of took the cost into consideration, beyond that. So they didn't add the costs that are currently spent right now on warranties. They just went above and beyond. So, what would it cost to do incremental, increases in warranties out for several more years, or, many more miles. So that's California's way of estimating. And the manufacturers typically have looked at sort of the total cost of the warranty. So there's some discrepancies that you can see out there. And the quotes that we've gotten from manufacturers have been these fairly high numbers, where the numbers we've seen from the California work has been much more sort of reasonable. Still higher costs for sure, but nothing at the same order of magnitude as that we've been seeing from the manufacturer. So I just want to highlight that, because I thought that was sort of an interesting piece of information that we got from California discussions.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Well, again, thank you to everyone on the team. And we know that we will be hearing more from you before too long as you continue with this work. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, following rather naturally after this clean truck rulemaking presentation, we're going to get an update on the climate protection program. So taking a little bit of a broader view, but working towards some similar goals. So we will welcome the team who's going to give us this update.
Thank you, Chair George and Commissioners. This is Richard Whitman again. I'd like to introduce Colin McConaughey, the manager in charge of the Climate Protection Program, and Nicole Singh, our lead policy analyst for the program, who are going to give you the latest update on our development of the Climate Protection Program. And again, it's our intent to continue doing this. You're going to continue to hear about this during the year as we head toward a decision on proposed rules by you at the end of this year. So with that, I'm turn it over to Colin.
Thank you, Director Whitman, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, members of the Commission. Again, my name is Colin McConaughey, and I'm going to hand it over to Nicole here pretty quickly, but I'll take the first few slides. If we could go to the second one, please. So the Climate Protection Program, we've, as Director Whitman mentioned, we have been in front of the Commission explaining, providing updates like this one to you fairly regularly over your past several meetings. And so this is really a chance for us to keep you up to date as we move forward with this important program and ultimately propose rules to you by the end of the year for your consideration. The Climate Protection Program, it really is focused. We've discovered the best way to really describe this in one statement is that this is a program to establish new enforceable and declining limits on fossil fuels used in Oregon. So couple things that are real important here. These, I think a lot of us are quite familiar with goals, aspirational targets, public statements attesting to those. This is something quite different. This program, if adopted, would set, as I say, enforceable limits, not just aspirational goals on reducing fossil fuels used in Oregon. And those really come from a very broad and diffuse set of sources. These are, of course, our transportation fuels, which are the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Oregon. So that's all the gasoline and diesel used in our motor vehicles. But it's also our natural gas used to heat our homes and water, and space heating for businesses, industrial applications. It's diesel used in non-road applications such as backup generators, construction equipment, and as well as propane used primarily for space heating as well. So this, again, is a program that would establish broad limits across those many uses of fossil fuels throughout Oregon's economy. Next slide, please. Okay, just a quick overview here of our agenda. This is a pretty lengthy agenda item for the commission today. I appreciate all your time on this, and I'm very hopeful we have time for discussion and questions after this. But we do have a number of slides to get through and topics to cover. First of which I'll cover here on the next slide, which is the timeline here, really the process that we've laid out for developing this proposal this year, again, with the aim to have a proposed set of rules for the commission's consideration at the end of the year. And then I'll hand it over to Nicole to cover really the rest of this here, which begins diving right into some of the key program design issues. Some of these we have discussed with the commission in the past, but we are further along, as you might expect and hope, as we deliberate on how exactly to propose this program. And then that gets right into really the framework for how this works, how you might set and enforce limits across those many different sectors and sources of emissions, including natural gas and all the other fossil fuel suppliers, and including certain stationary sources as well. And then cost containment measures, measures to ensure that we are able to set these targets with the ambitious reductions that science says are necessary. Including measures to moderate and contain costs, maximize economic benefits that we think can be accrued from this program is another important set of considerations for this program. And then I want to call out especially one piece of this program that Nicole will go into much greater depth on, which are what we're calling our community climate investments component of this, that we believe does a number of things, including contain costs as well, but really drive investments in Oregon communities to hasten the clean energy transition for those communities, really that are least able to make that transition on their own without additional investments and assistance. And then we'll cover some of the results of some modeling that we have commissioned to evaluate how this program could work, how ambitious we might be able to set those targets and the reduction options available to this broad set of emission sources. And then looking at the health consequences. We know that when we reduce greenhouse gases, we so often, not necessarily always, but very frequently, reducing greenhouse gases brings with it pollutant reductions that have localized health implications. So we have some, I think, pretty exciting results there to share with the commission. And then we'll wrap up with next steps that are ahead of us for this summer. Next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned, I'll cover here the timeline that we've set. This really looks at this whole year, not just what's ahead of us. So actually going back to last year, I'll remind the commission that you formed a large and diverse rules advisory committee. We have, I think it's 34 members that we are meeting with as our rules advisory committee, composed of, as you might expect for such a broad and significant program, a very diverse array of different interests, different businesses, different industries. We have a number of community-based organizations on the committee. We have local health experts, local governments. really a pretty broad cross-section of stakeholders, and many of whom might be directly regulated by the program, many of whom are not, but have a real interest and stake in the outcome of this program. And so after forming that committee, or at the end of last year, we began meeting right away at the start of this year, and really have met in all-day sessions every month, beginning in January. And our fifth meeting is coming up just next week. We have really, what we've done there is provide, I think, an enormous amount of material and data information with the committee, to the committee, and really had that reciprocated back to us with a pretty phenomenal amount of input and engagement by the committee. And just want to acknowledge the amount of time and commitment by those committee members. Again, all-day meetings are just one part of it. The review of all that material we're providing, and their comments and feedback, really reflecting their review of that material, really suggests quite a bit of time that the committee has spent with us. And so we're going to meet over the next couple months again with them, and in June and July, ultimately concluding with our analysis of the fiscal implications of this rule, as we do with our Rules Advisory committees, before then going out for public comment late summer and into the fall, where we expect to hold potentially multiple public hearings, and potentially have the commission itself hold one of those hearings during that open public comment period. Again, before then, subsequently finalizing the rule proposal for the commission's consideration at the end of the year. I think the next slide, and I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Singh to take it from here.
Thanks, Colin, and thank you once again, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners for having us. As Colin said, we're going to try to give some updates on some of the policy discussions and policy issues that we are wrestling through with the aid and the assistance of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and all the public stakeholders that have been involved in this process, as we're trying to think through how we could design the climate protection program. As you've heard from us in the past, we talk a lot about the program goals. We've kind of developed these goals through conversations and discussions with stakeholders in the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And we know that at the core of the program is significant emission reductions, but we do want to couple that, as we heard as Colin said, by containing costs for businesses and consumers when we can, and looking for opportunities when we can build benefits. And we do very much want to focus on promoting equitable outcomes. So specifically looking for opportunities to build benefits for our environmental justice and impacted communities, and also looking for opportunities to alleviate any burdens. So some of the key program design issues that we're trying to work our way through is what exactly should be these emission reduction targets, these emission limits. We've talked a lot about at least 80% by 2050, so reducing emissions at least 80% by then. There's also lots of questions and conversation and discussion around things like point of regulation, applicability, threshold. And what that all sort of boils down to is, who essentially are going to be the regulated entities in this program? Who are the entities that are going to be actually responsible for hitting these emission reduction limits? Coupled with that is, how do we actually distribute what we call compliance instruments, which I'll touch upon a little bit again later. And as Colin said, what kind of cost containment or flexibility measurements could we incorporate into the program to make this as cost effective as possible, but also what kind of measures can we build into the program that will further support equity. And one of those that I will talk about more is these kind of evolving thinking and discussion around these community climate investments. So every time we're kind of talking about these key program design issues, we are looking at them, individually in terms of the goals, but also holistically within the overall program goals. Next slide. So we have talked a lot about trying to center equity as part of the development of the climate protection program. And I do want to say this is something that obviously we're still learning. There's a lot of learning that needs to be done in terms of how we actually center equity. And, part of that is in the design of the program itself. But a few of the things that we're trying to focus on when we think about how we can address equity is, obviously promoting processes that support meaningful engagement and equitable outcomes. One of our real points of emphasis is that we're wanting to try to find ways to support communities that are typically least able to transition to the clean energy economy. We heard from our colleagues earlier, Eric and Rachel, that there are these ties between reductions in GHG emissions and other co-pollutants. Again, we see this very much in transportation and diesel. So we also are looking for opportunities and ways in which by reducing GHG emissions, you could have these kind of reductions in co-pollutants and have improvements in local health and air quality. And again, we know, as we heard from our colleagues, that again, it tends to be environmental justice and impacted communities that live along these transportation corridors. Another area that we want to focus on is we do understand that this type of program could result in some short-term cost increases if you think of the cost of fuels. And we do know that, again, for low income and a lot of communities of color, a bigger portion of their income is spent on things like household energy cost. So in addressing equitable outcomes, we want to make sure that those don't become disproportionate cost. And we're trying to think through ways in which we can implement some long-term strategies to help reduce those types of potential impacts. Next slide, please. So a couple of ways in which we're trying to support meaningful engagement. One of the ways that has been the most impactful, which the Commission knows, has been actually having environmental justice and community-based organizations on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Being able to support their participation in the RAC has been, incredibly helpful. But not just their participation in the RAC, but also their ability to reach out to their communities and to continue to build community capacity building activities around things like climate justice and equitable transitions and clean energy and pollution and health. One of the things we have tried to do, again, and we need a lot more improvements in this, but one of the things we have tried to do is actually create space as reserved for EJ dialogue. So we do try to make sure that we have time to speak to our environmental justice and community-based organizations separately. And we really use that time to talk about creative ways in which we can think about designing the climate protection program, but also thinking ahead potentially to what things might look like after a program is up and running, so implementation of the program. And it's also an opportunity for those groups and those individuals to just tell us things that we could do better. We learn a lot about facilitation techniques and ways in which the process itself can be more engaging and ways in which the process can be better able to center equitable voices. Some other initiatives we're doing, we are supporting a project with Unite Oregon, which is also being supported by Multicultural Collaborative. And this is really a project which really is just an attempt to get more community engagement around rulemaking processes. A lot of people aren't really aware of rulemaking processes. They may not be aware of something like the Climate Protection Program. So trying to find ways for community members to just be more aware of how rulemaking works, how they can be involved, how their voices can be heard, and also just giving folks a little bit more information about the process of developing the Climate Protection Program. So we are pretty excited about this. We actually are holding a workshop over this weekend, and hopefully that will be something that will be a first step in many things to come. Next slide, please. So turning a little bit more to some of the policy questions and discussion and the framework for how the Climate Protection Program could work. And I think one of the things I would just start off with is we talk a lot about the fact that the Climate Protection Program is going to be using an emissions limit, as Colin said, and an actual enforceable limit, and it's going to actually set these reduction targets. We do have what we think of as almost like 3 universes of potentially regulated entities and sources of emissions. So we have our emissions associated with natural gas. We have our emissions associated with all the other types of liquid and gaseous fuels. And then potentially we also have a universe of emissions that might come from our stationary sources. So we are currently right now talking and discussing with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee 2 slightly different approaches to how we might regulate those emissions. So I'm going to start off and talk a little bit more in detail about what we're thinking for our fuel suppliers and our natural gas emissions. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the, I want to say struggles, but some of the ongoing back and forth conversations we have about actually determining who are going to be the entities covered under the Climate Protection Program. One thing I do want to say is one of the one of the unique features of something like the Climate Protection Program is, we don't specify how entities actually comply with the program. We set the emissions limits, and then compliance entities figure out the best way in which they can reduce emissions. And we try to create additional tools that allow them to pursue the most cost-effective emissions reductions. So what's unique is that we have, as we heard earlier today, there's lots of other programs and policies and incentives that are in play right now across the state, across the nation, and even by businesses, which are helping to reduce emissions. We obviously have our Clean Fuels program. Again, we heard from Rachel and Eric and some new rulemakings that are coming down potentially. And all those kinds of programs, they all help to incentivize emissions reductions. And essentially a program like the Climate Protection Program gets to leverage those emissions reductions. It gets to build upon those emissions reductions. That helps make compliance with the program easier. But then we do actually have the emissions limit itself that helps to further incentivize emissions reductions. And it does give us an actual specific target. So now getting down to the details a little bit more, this is just some examples of how different compliance entities could comply with the program. So again, we would have an emissions limit, a cap that would decline each year. Our primary means of enforcing that emissions decline, that emissions limit, is the compliance instruments. So the way that works is one compliance instrument is equal to essentially 1 metric ton of allowable emissions, or 1 metric ton of CO2 equivalent. And the number of compliance instruments that we distribute is equal to the overall cap for that year. So I'm going to maybe turn to the next slide. So we'll see an example here of some of our, so we have a pretend example. In our pretend example, we're going to say the emissions limit is 40 tons. So that means we have 40 compliance instruments to distribute. We're just going to, once again, assume that we give everyone the equal number of compliance instruments. So we're going to distribute to each of these entities 10 compliance instruments. For these 4 entities, 2 of whom are natural gas utilities and 2 are fuel suppliers, transportation fuel suppliers, they all had emissions at roughly 12 tons the previous year. So they all have to go from 12 to 10. They have to reduce their emissions. So this demonstrates some of the ways, again, that these entities might decide to reduce emissions, and some of the ways in which the Climate Protection Program would be designed so that they could meet compliance with the program. So entity A is a natural gas utility, and entity A is just able to reduce its emissions by 2 tons. And they do this by using more renewable natural gas. So they're all set. Entity B, which in our example is a transportation fuel supplier, is able to actually increase its use of biofuels. And it's actually able to increase its emissions even more than just down to 10 tons. It's actually able to reduce its emissions to 9 tons. So they essentially have an extra compliance instrument. They could either sell that compliance instrument to another entity who might need it, or they can hold on and use it in the future. That's what we call banking. So they could decide that, they're going to hold on to it in 2 years as the cap continues to decline. They might want to use it in the future. And then we have entity D, which again is a natural gas utility who is able to reduce emissions, but not down to 10. And so entity D actually ends up being someone who buys the extra compliance instrument from entity B. And then we have entity C, which is a transportation fuel supplier that again is able to reduce their emissions, but not able to reduce their emissions down to 10 tons. And so what they do, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, is they have an option where they can contribute funds and to what we call community climate investments. Those community climate investments are used to invest in projects that will reduce GHG emissions. And in return for that investment, they receive 1 credit, and they can use that credit essentially the same way they could use a compliance instrument. And so they're actually able to make up for their 1 ton with the community climate investment credit. Next slide, please. So in terms of, that's our framework, in terms of where we are now in discussions with our rulemaking advisory committee, just to give the commission a flavor of what we're talking about in terms of our regulated entities. For natural gas emissions, we are really talking a lot about the fact that we do think the 3 natural gas utilities in the state are going to be the regulated entities for emissions associated with natural gas usage. And that's basically all the usage on the local distribution companies. For our non-natural gas fuel suppliers, again, this is a lot of our transportation fuels, et cetera. The point of regulation is going to be the supplier who physically brings the fuel into Oregon. And so depending on where we set things like thresholds and applicability, this could be anywhere between 6 to 80 entities. Some of the interesting policy discussions and a lot of the conversations we have with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee around our non-natural gas fuel suppliers is this is a very variable marketplace. It's a very dynamic marketplace. Not only do emissions change quite a bit from year to year, there's also just changes in the suppliers themselves. So as we're trying to, think about the best way of implementing this program, there's advantages to having a high threshold. At a high threshold, we have a smaller number of entities, which allows us to have more stability. And that helps us administer the program. It also helps us think about ways in which we could distribute the compliance instruments. But, obviously, as we lower the threshold, we're actually able to include more emissions under the program, but we're getting less emissions as we increase the number. So you can see like we're getting something like 86% of emissions covered with 6 entities, but it takes us, another, I would say about another 32 entities before we're able to get to around 99% of emissions covered. So those are some of the trade-offs that we're trying to work through with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We have to be concerned about the fact that as we maybe lower the threshold and we incorporate more entities that might make the program more burdensome. But we also hear from a lot of our stakeholders in the Rulemaking Advisory Committee that this is by far the most significant source of emissions under the program. Again, as Colin said, this is really a bulk of the emissions that are going to be covered by the Climate Protection Program. So, we do hear from some of our stakeholders that, every ton is going to be critical. So next slide, please. So that just gives us a flavor of some of those entities. How should the emissions cap decline over time? What should be the role of interim targets? And I would just say, the interim targets, we use this term, and it's kind of like, what will be your target by, let's say, 2035 or 2045? And really, the role of interim targets is to really determine how fast, how quickly you want emission reductions to come down. And then also, as I talked about, we spent a lot of time talking about, how do we come up with thresholds for inclusion for our fuel suppliers? How should that threshold be determined? And one of our favorite technical questions that we have reams and reams of information on, and as Colin said, our Rulemaking Advisory Committee has been wonderful in giving us reams and reams of comments back on, how potentially we could distribute compliance instruments to each of the entities. So Chair George, I'm happy to stop there to see if there's questions, or I could keep plowing ahead and talk about some of the questions around stationary sources.
All right. Do we have comments or questions at this point in the presentation? Well, let's continue.
So next slide, please. So we have just started talking with our Rulemaking Advisory Committee and a lot of our stakeholders about what might be the best approach for some of the emissions associated with stationary sources. And I should be clear here when I'm referring to stationary sources, as we've talked about in the past, I'm really talking about stationary sources with industrial process emissions or manufacturing emissions. And so one of the things we have been postulating is taking a different approach with some of these emissions from stationary sources, taking a more traditional site-specific direct regulation approach, which would actually not involve something like an emissions cap or compliance instruments or trading or banking. This would be an approach that's more focused on a best available emissions reduction assessment approach. And I'll talk a little bit about, what our thinking is, what we've been hearing from stakeholders in the advisory committee on this. Part of the reason we thought this might be an interesting approach for the stationary source emissions is that we do have very different industries, very different manufacturing processes, and therefore there's actually very different emission reduction technologies that might be available. So the type of, practices and procedures that result in GHG emissions for like a cement manufacturer might be very different than the type of processes that are resulting in GHG emissions for something like a semiconductor. So that was one part of our thinking, is that these are very different processes. There are very different reduction technologies available, and a site-specific approach might be a better way in which we can achieve emissions reductions. Another reason we were thinking this might be a better approach is we basically have almost all of these emissions, which basically comes out to us for about 2 million tons. It's really 10 to 15 stationary sources. So it is for us, at least a potentially manageable number of stationary sources where we could take the site-specific approach. Again, the site-specific approach, I should be clear, a bulk of the emissions that this would be looking at would be what we call industrial process emissions, but there's also an opportunity to potentially look at some of the fuel combustion emissions that may not be captured under other parts of the program. So there might be an opportunity to capture any solid fuel combustion. So that might be, anything like potentially coal combustion. And there might also be an opportunity to provide, to capture any emissions that don't come from natural gas from the local distribution company. So if we have some stationary sources that might have direct connects to interstate pipelines. How this best available emissions reduction assessment might work. That's actually one of the questions that we have and discussions we're having with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. I think, we think at DEQ, it gives us an opportunity to collaborate with experts, potentially community members, potentially consultants. We would obviously be asking facilities to provide us information on what they think is a best available emissions reductions assessment and technologies. But then obviously we as an agency would have to make a determination about what we think is the right path forward for each entity. Another thing that we think is a benefit potentially of this type of approach is it does allow for us to consider potential relationships between GHG emissions reductions and other air pollutants. We just talked about the fact that in the transportation fuel sector, there is this relationship between GHG emission reductions and particulate matter reductions when we think of, diesel, but we don't really know the answer to that when it comes to our stationary sources. We don't honestly know what type of relationships might exist. There might be some, there might be none. They might support each other. They might work in the other direction. So it does give us an opportunity to actually do that kind of investigation and that kind of work. And we can go to the next slide. And that also gives us an opportunity to actually work with our other colleagues who work in the other air pollution control programs. So it allows for us to potentially collaborate with our colleagues working in Clean Air Oregon and Regional Haze. We know that these stationary sources are subject to these multiple programs. So it again allows us to take a more site-specific analysis of what's going on at those sites. And it helps us to look at, again, potential relationships that might exist between different control technologies for different air pollutions and also GHG emissions. So again, it allows us the ability to at least have an understanding of how these different processes and reduction technologies may support each other, or if there are cases in which they might be contradictory. So next slide, please. So we can skip this one just in the interest of time. So part of the conversation around stationary sources, it's been very active. We first started talking and getting more into depth on this with our Rulemaking Advisory Committee at the last meeting. But really, a lot of the discussion questions have focused on, what are some of the benefits? What are some of the challenges of using this approach? We've heard that there could be real advantages to using this approach. We've heard there's a lot of support for understanding the connections between GHG emissions reductions, co-pollutants, and other air toxics. But there's also been concerns raised about, the timeliness of us being able to do these types of assessments. And we've gotten a lot of feedback and a lot of comments on, what factors should be considered and how would we actually evaluate what would be best available emissions reduction assessment. So lots of fun conversations and policy discussions around that. Next slide, please.
Vice Chair Barrasso.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate this. There's clearly a lot here and a lot of great work that's happening, and just appreciate all the work that the RAC is doing in digging into these questions. As you, I know that obviously the federal government EPA does reviews on technologies periodically, but that's on the basis I know that this historically been associated with clean air, with the various pollutants that EPA and our air quality partners address. Is there a similar body that's looking at this sort of best available technologies from an emissions perspective? I'm just wondering, what sort of other places does that sort of work happen? whether that's not trade bodies, but whether that's, you know, industry associations or others? Like, where does that sort of work happen?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, for that question, because it's a great one, which is lots of the work in terms of best available control technology has focused more on traditional air pollutants. And that is actually one of our questions. You know, it could be very different, the type of processes that you would use to reduce GHG emissions for something like cement manufacturing. There might be more opportunities for that than, let's say, I'm just saying off the top of my head, for another type of industry. There is some work that's being done. I think for us, we would have to do a lot more investigation. There are some industry standards. There's some work being done in other states, and there's even some work being done internationally in terms of what could be, you know, industry benchmarks for some of these industries and what they could achieve and what kinds of practices they could implement to reduce GHG emissions specifically. So those would be some of the places where we could start and get some information, but it is not nearly as readily available as some of the work that EPA is doing in some of the more traditional air pollutants.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, I know the next slide is on, oh, I'm sorry, is there another question?
No, go right ahead.
So just diving into cost containment elements, I think we can actually, cost containment elements are critical, but I know we can kind of, we talked about this a little bit earlier already with banking and trading. So one of the other cost containment elements that we're talking about is what we call the multi-year compliance period. And essentially what that is how much time do you give compliance entities to basically comply with the program? So it's a mechanism by where you can provide a longer time horizon. You still receive the same emissions reductions, but if you give compliance entities 3 or 5 years before they have to turn in compliance instruments, potentially that gives them a longer time horizon to make changes. But I did want to turn to the community climate investments. I know we did talk about this at our previous report to the Commission, but just to highlight this again, the community climate investments, this is really a unique tool. You know, this is a tool that we are building and discussing a lot with our rulemaking advisory committee. We've actually learned a lot from our environmental justice and our community-based organizations on how some similar tools and perhaps other GHG emission reduction programs haven't worked as well in terms of both reducing emissions and supporting equity. So we are trying to develop a rule that will allow for an optional alternative compliance option for our regulated entities. So what I mean by optional alternative compliance is, you know, if they're not able to reduce emissions, is there some other way in which they can help support emission reductions across the state so that they can therefore get one of these credits? The focus of these community climate investments is projects that reduce GHG emissions. And again, the way it would work is, like I said earlier, an entity would contribute funds to a third-party entity. This third-party entity would therefore invest in projects that reduce GHG emissions, and the focus of priorities of these projects would be focusing on environmental justice and impacted communities. So again, focusing on projects that are of interest for those communities in particular. So I'm just going to go to the next slide.
Nicole, can I ask you a question real quick?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
So these compliance strategies, I think they're going to be necessary, and they're certainly going to be very important. And I hope as we're contemplating them, we're also kind of, you know, learning from our experience with other areas in which extended compliance schedules or kind of off-site mitigation programs have been tried, and I think there's been lessons learned, right? So I don't mean to suggest that I don't think that both types of approaches may be necessary. I think they will be necessary. And I think it's going to be necessary to work with folks with approaches that can work for them to get to compliance. But again, just having some past experience with these things, want to be sure that we're not setting up extensive, you know, compliance schedules that don't have required interim benchmarks, right? So that we're actually showing progress over time. We're not getting many years worth of extensions without making progress towards the goal. And similarly, I think the idea of the community climate investments is very exciting. And I think there's some potential to do some really great projects, but there will certainly be a learning curve with that as well. And we can talk about whether it's, permitting or wetland fills or other types of essentially offsite compliance mitigation strategies, wherein, are we really going to make sure that we're getting the comparable or the appropriate level of reduction and in a landscape or an emission landscape that makes sense. Exactly what that is for the state of Oregon, I'm not entirely sure, but if we're thinking about those sorts of complementary things from greenhouse gas reduction, as you said, from other types of perhaps particulate matter, if we're not making those reductions in one place and we're allowing those to be made somewhere else, are we forgoing potentially very valuable pollution reduction opportunities as well? So I know it's very early days, and I know there's hundreds, if not thousands, of details to be ironed out. I think these compliance tools will be necessary, but those are just the kind of things that come to mind for me early on, and I'm sure they're all in discussion. So I just wanted to mention those. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair George. And that's exactly the types of discussions, as you said, that we're having when we're trying to think about the best way which we can construct some of these compliance flexibility mechanisms and also these community climate investments. So it is an ongoing conversation. And, one of the things is, one of the questions is, if we do allow for community climate investments, what should be the allowable usage of them? Should it be 5%, 10%, 20%? Another very important consideration for us is in terms of lessons learned from other programs, we are testing out some changes in these kinds of, as you call them, offsite emission reductions. And again, we are trying to work with our rulemaking advisory committee around some of these questions. But, in some cases, there's been real criticisms that these kinds of offsite or other ways to reduce emissions really have actually not supported equity, and if anything, may have potentially hurt equity in terms of the benefits of these programs. So that again is also something that we're trying to think through and work through with the advisory committee as we are trying to develop this type of program.
Great, thank you.
So I will go to the next slide quickly. And I'll just, as Chair George just eloquently said, there's a lot of issues that we are trying to work through. And one of them is, actually determining how we would pick these third parties. We also are trying to figure out how we would establish a price for each credit. We talked about the fact that in the way we think this program would work for us, an entity would actually make a contribution. That contribution would then be invested into the project and they receive the credit. So we'd have to be very careful in our tracking of the GHG emissions projects. And we really have to rely on that third party to make sure that the projects are actually reducing GHG emissions. And again, we need to find ways to make sure that the process that we design actually does prioritize the interest of environmental justice and impacted communities. Lots of programs are designed to serve those purposes, but in practice don't actually serve those purposes. And I just will say very high level, what we have been hearing, some of the projects that might be of interest would be things like, energy efficiency projects or expanding electrification of public transit. There might also be interest in, again, looking for other ways in which we could switch out equipment that's used in different industries from more polluting sources of fuels to fuels that both reduce GHG emissions, but also have, more direct public health impacts. And so again, I will just go to the next slide and say, where we are right now in some of these issues, on the CCI price. Again, we talk about this a lot. I think we are thinking right now in discussions with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee that price would be really based on something more like the social cost of carbon. Because if you are actually going to be able to, meet your compliance obligations, not by reducing emissions, we do want to make sure that if you're going to reduce emissions in another project, that price that you're paying for that emissions is reflective like the overall cost of the emissions reductions. And again, lots of conversations about how do we prioritize investments in environmental justice and other impacted communities. So some of these other compliance mechanisms that I touched upon, just as Chair George said, what's the appropriate length of time for the compliance period? We've talked a lot about 3 years, but obviously we've gotten lots of feedback and comments from the Rulemaking Advisory Committee on what's the appropriate amount of time for these different compliance periods. So I think if that might be the last slide before we turn to maybe some of the things that we've seen in the modeling analysis. So again, Chair George, I'm happy if there's questions or comments on this section where I can turn to the modeling.
All right, Vice Chair Barrasso.
I just want to echo first the comments that Chair George stated earlier, just in terms of really understanding all the nuances of it, but also as we're talking about compliance periods, potentially lengthy compliance periods, really given the newness of this, both for us as an agency, as well as ultimately whatever entities that are captured under this, the importance of being able to whether it's interim benchmarks that folks are held accountable to, or check-ins, just something so that we're not going so far that it becomes really hard for us, as well as we get in a tough spot for our agency, as well as for some of those entities. A question I just have in terms of understanding sort of the social cost of carbon, and really this idea about establishing a price for each credit. And part of this is just, I know that this framework is different. Why, if you can just explain to me, Nicole, why do we need to establish a price?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. I think one of the things that we've heard is when looking at some of the lessons learned from some other programs that might use something like, I'm just going to use the term offsets, it's sometimes used in other programs. And one of the things that we heard from some of our Rulemaking Advisory Committee members is essentially what happens is you can have some of these projects that are coming at very different cost. So a lot of the projects that are of interest and that might be of most importance to environmental justice and impacted communities, those types of, electrification of transit, transitioning people to a cleaner air economy, those tend to be, basically projects that might look more expensive compared to other projects. And so what essentially sometimes can happen is there's competition around the cost. And essentially what we've been hearing and what some folks have said is that what you see is you basically don't have to reduce emissions in one place, and you're able to basically do something at a much cheaper cost someplace else. And that actually further creates disproportionate impacts. So one of the reasons that we think it makes sense to do an approach where there's one price, on one hand, we can ensure that for the compliance entities, we don't actually have to wait until the projects are up and running. I think we know that for compliance entities, there's a desire to be able to get these credits and use them for their compliance quickly. And so if we are able to create a program where they can pay us a price and they get a credit, that's actually a faster way for us to guarantee that there is a supply of projects available, essentially, that they could use to get the credits. But then on the flip side, we actually do think that having one price is actually a way that we could maybe support equity, right? Because you would have all the funds kind of pooled, and then the third party would then be figuring out, okay, we're going to distribute to different projects, and those projects are going to be determined by the communities themselves. So we sort of think, and of course it's early stages, that those are some of the advantages of doing the idea of setting the one price, that we could get it's an easier mechanism for the compliance entities to actually get credit sooner, so they don't have to wait 5-6 years until projects are available. But we also think that it is a way potentially in which we can support equity.
Okay, so it's kind of like an in lieu fee, and allows a pooling of those resources, then going out for the third party to search for these projects that drive these other benefits, which and have a consistency okay. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. And I can see those rationale. Thank you.
Director Whitman.
Those were great questions and a great discussion. If I could just add a couple of things that are currently being discussed in the RAC. One is limits on the degree to which any regulated entity could use community climate investments as a means of complying. So that is one of the policy questions that's being discussed in the RAC right now. And then the second thing I want to mention and just get out there for you to hear and be very clear about this program. Well, two things actually, sorry. Number one, you know, if the rules that you adopt does include the community climate investment component, we are going to have to show real greenhouse gas reductions from those investments. So there's going to need to be some mechanism in the program for evaluating the use of those dollars over time and verifying that real actual greenhouse gas reductions occur as a result of those funds and the projects that are funded. And the last thing is that I want to be clear that the flow of funds is not coming to DEQ. The funding would go to a third-party entity that would make the decisions about funding. Now, so what the relationship between DEQ and that third-party entity, probably by contract, is important and a little bit tricky because we do not believe that we can have the funds come into DEQ or even be completely controlled by DEQ. So setting it up ahead of time with the proper side rails to make sure the dollars are going without being completely prescriptive about where they go. That's going to be the challenge here in the work if you do decide to go down this route of a community climate investment. It is an exciting concept. It has a lot of potential to accelerate the transition of vulnerable communities that are dependent on fossil fuel energy right now and to get in that are at risk because of that reliance and get them off of fossil fuel energy faster onto clean energy where they'll be more protected from potential price increases. And so that is a very exciting concept, but there are a number of things in terms of sideboards and rails here that we also have to achieve in order for this to work.
All right, any other comments or questions now? All right, don't see any.
So I'll just talk very briefly about our modeling study. We are working, I should say, with a pretty well-known contractor, ICF. And really the intent of the modeling study is to kind of look at some of these things we just talked about and to see if making some changes here and there actually have some impacts for how we might design the program. So I'll just say very high level, our modeling study, we are looking at, I should say, GHG emission reductions. We're also hoping to get a sense of any kind of health benefits, some kind of macroeconomic metrics, and what we are calling a co-benefits and equity assessment. The way it actually works in practice is we kind of have a de facto reference case, which is a world without CPP. And then we kind of, again, make some design changes across different scenarios and see if we can learn anything, essentially. So I'll just go to the next slide. I know this, so some of the things we have looked at are just the things that we were talking about earlier. You know, we looked at some differences in the emissions reduction targets. So you can see in two of the scenarios, we have like different versions of 80% by 2050. In one scenario, we have 90% by 2050. As Director Whitman said, we also looked at different allowable limits on the use of CCI. So we had, I think, two of the cases, we had 25%, and one we had 5%. And we also looked at, some differences, again, in like how many regulated entities you end up with by changing things like threshold. Those are not all the changes, but that gives you a sense of some of the things that we're looking at in the modeling. And then our next slide, I think, is a little bit of more information about the co-benefits and the equity assessment. Again, I just wanted to point out this was more of a qualitative assessment, so it was informed by some things like the public health results that I'll touch upon. But this also looked at, additional information that's out there, reports, et cetera, to kind of qualitatively get at, would something like the climate protection program actually work to support equity in the state? And basically the way it worked, it's a qualitative assessment across, 5 indicators. Those indicators were basically local air quality and health, ecosystem health and resilience, energy security, employment and workforce development, and the housing burden. And that's the overall assessment, but the equity portion is really understanding how this was distributed. And this is, for us, we looked at distributions across 5 communities of concern. And these are, you can see them here, communities of color, low-income urban communities, low-income rural communities, tribal nations, and elderly populations. And we did actually work with our environmental justice and community-based organizations on the RAC to help us kind of hone in on some of these indicators that are of most interest, and also, which communities of concern might be the most interest. So very high level, we're still working our way through the modeling. I think we're all trying to understand what are some of the things we might have learned. We're actually still doing some modeling. We did some initial 3 cases, but we're actually looking at an additional case right now. But some high level things that we've seen so far is, that we can actually dramatically reduce GHG emission reductions. As you could see, none of our targets were by no means, small. A lot of the least reduction was the 80% by 2050. And it looks as if we can do this in ways that still manage to support and maintain the health of the economy overall for the state. We also did see so far, pretty significant public health benefits in terms of monetized health benefits. And what they mean by monetized health benefits is like monetizing things like avoided mortality or avoided illnesses. We really saw no real or almost no impact to overall macroeconomic metrics. There were some small changes, but we saw net positive trends for things like gross state product and income. But there were some small impacts to jobs, even though those were very, very small, far less than 1% of baseline jobs. And we actually did see increased co-benefits, and we saw increased benefits for all identified communities of concern. And so far, the initial assessments have shown that urban low-income households and communities of color actually experienced the most benefits. I'm going to just skip this slide in the interest of time, but one thing I do want to say is that we did see that the cost containment measures played an important role for compliance entities in terms of achieving emission reductions. In all of the scenarios, banking was used, and also the CCIs were basically used up to the extent they were available in each of the scenarios. So that is one thing that we did take away, is that we did see that, some of these design elements did have a very important role in terms of compliance entities achieving compliance. What I will say, in terms of maybe some differences amongst the scenarios and things we might take away from that, we did see that scenario 2 had the greatest public health benefits. We think that's tied to the fact that this is the scenario where we saw the largest transportation fuel emissions reductions. And the public health analysis was very much focused on specific co-pollutants and specifically on particulate matter. So as we heard from our colleagues earlier, there's other types of public health benefits, there's other air pollution benefits, but our health study was actually just focused on like particulate matter and precursors. We did notice that in some of the scenarios, emissions were above the cap. And what I mean by that is even with CCIs and even with banking and trading, you did see that emissions could be above the cap. That happened very late though, almost out to 2050. And I think our interpretation, our understanding of that is, models are actually, they're basically using available technologies and cost as they exist today. So when you get out to 2050, it's not capturing any of these reductions in cost or even new technologies that might be coming down the pike that can help with emissions reductions. But we did notice that again in scenario 2, that this happened more frequently. And we do again think that's probably tied to the fact that scenario 2 had the least allowable usage of the community climate investments. So potentially part of the reason we see emissions a little bit higher and a little bit harder to achieve for our compliance entities is because they had less opportunities to use the CCIs. And again, we actually saw surprisingly that equity benefits were great across all scenarios. And in some cases, you would think that because scenario 2 had the greatest public health benefits, that would be the one with the highest equity benefits. But at least our assessors, our modelers, and we're still talking about this with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and particularly with our environmental justice and community-based organizations. but they felt that it was important for there to be some of these flexibility mechanisms because they did feel like they could help in the short term with energy costs and household costs. And so they actually do consider like being able to achieve emissions reductions, but also being able to balance potentially short-term costs is important in equity. And they also focused on the fact that if you use CCIs correctly and you target them correctly, they can do a lot in terms of reducing GHG emissions, improving indoor air quality, and as we talked about, transitioning these households easier in a clean energy economy, which they actually thought was a benefit of having their usage in the program. So that's all I was going to touch upon on the modeling. I'm happy to take questions again, Chair George. I think Colin talked about our next steps. I would say our immediate next step is our rulemaking advisory committee meeting, which is next week. And then we have a June meeting and our July meeting. And then after we finish our rulemaking advisory committee meetings, we are going to actually start talking about draft rule language at our May meeting. Our expectation is to have a complete, draft rule language and discussion for our advisory committee in June. And then in our July meeting, we will also be talking about the fiscal impact statement.
Thank you very much. There's a tremendous amount of work going on, and I appreciate your overview. It really gives us a flavor that these conversations with Iraq and with others are that there's a lot to them. There's a lot to discuss as envisioning such a substantial project like this. Vice Chair Brasso, do you have a question or comment? I can't hear Vice Chair Brasso. Can others?
Yep, I'm here now. So I just had the double mute going. Okay. So just to make sure I'm tracking properly, when we say that scenario 2 had the is it because you have the fewest use of CCIs, community climate investments, you're going to be driving more reductions in regulated facilities, and so the alternative is when you said in scenarios 1 and 3 where you have greater use of CCIs and there's still maybe more equitable benefits, it's because you're driving more CCIs. So it may not be that you're getting those health benefits associated with the industries reducing on site, but you're getting these other benefits from these investments into communities to reduce GHG emissions. Am I just tracking that correctly?
Yeah, Vice Chair, what I would say is one of the things to look at in terms of the public health analysis, it's not just the difference in the CCIs. We did have some changes in who's actually covered as regulated entities. And what I mean by that is as I talked about earlier with the fuel suppliers, like at different thresholds, you actually get to more emissions. So I did want to caution that there's also the interplay of the CCIs, but what actual emissions reductions you're getting from a larger group of potentially regulated entities. But yes, you are correct that because there's such significant reductions in transportation emissions, you see these really positive public health benefit numbers across all the scenarios. Scenario 2 is the one with the highest, I think, at 2 billion, but you're seeing very similar numbers across all 3 scenarios. And so potentially this is where you kind of draw the line from the different parts of the analysis. When some of the modelers were looking at the equity, they were looking at the public health benefits, but they're also being mindful that these cost containment measures have other benefits. And one of the benefits is that they can help mitigate some short-term fuel price increases. Did that help answer the question?
Yes. If I could just ask one quick follow-up, I know we're at time. Was the modeling, did it account for did it account for the fact that I'm assuming there's a point at which CCIs may not serve as a cost containment measure because they get too expensive. So did it account for just the cost and what cost levels and price levels CCIs still function to be a cost containment mechanism? I know that there's a balance between cost containment and benefiting community.
Yes, I mean, thank you for the question, Vice Chair. I mean, essentially, yes, right? The determination of whether you're going to do emissions on site or whether you're going to use a CCI, that is partially being determined by the cost of the CCI. So the modeling did use that social cost of carbon. And so I think in one of the earlier slides, there's a chart. So those numbers that you see in this chart, that's the price at which the CCIs were available in the modeling for each of the modeling years. And we did see that in most of the modeling scenarios, regulated entities did choose to use the CCI option. It did play an important role in compliance entities being able to achieve the emissions reductions under the cap.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We know we are going to continue to hear from this team and the work that is going on as we move forward in this process. Director Whitman, did you, yes, have something?
Thank you, Chair George, and members of the commission. I just thought I would let you all know, because it's in real time here, we've had parallel things going on. I know there's continuing public interest and concern over whether or not the climate protection program can and will cover emissions from our electricity sector. And as you were finishing the informational presentation from Colin and Nicole, the Revenue Committee in our Oregon legislature was considering House Bill 2021, which of course would require that Oregon go to essentially 100% clean electricity sector. And that bill just passed out of the House Revenue Committee with a do pass recommendation. So we continue to urge people who are interested in greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector to really focus their attention on this proposed legislation for a couple of reasons that I want to comment on briefly, because I know we're probably going to hear about this a little bit later. First of all, the approach that the legislature is considering in House Bill 2021, we believe would be a much more effective policy for addressing greenhouse gas emissions in the electricity sector than a cap and reduce program focused in the way that we're focusing this program. It really provides the full set of tools that are needed to deal with GHG emissions from the electricity sector. And then secondly, without going into a whole lot of detail, but we continue to believe, as we have communicated consistently for a year now, that there are some significant doubts as to, and this is our belief, as to whether we have the authority that we would need to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from particularly from existing natural gas power plants. So we hear the many voices that have expressed concerns to the department about greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector. We agree that getting to a clean electricity sector is key to our overall success here in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because we want to move our transportation and our natural gas, home heating, and industrial processes to electricity. So having an electricity sector that is clean is extremely important. But the best way to do it is through something like the vehicle that is currently being considered by the Oregon legislature in House Bill 2021. So I just thought, given the timing of what's going on in the legislature right now and their decision to move that legislation forward, that it was important for the commission to hear that.
Well, I do appreciate you raising it, Director, because it definitely has been a conversation with the EQC, and we've heard from several people about their concerns on those issues. So we will continue to track the progress of that bill, and we are certain that this conversation will continue. So I appreciate your comments there. All right. Thanks again, team, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. There's so much work underway. It really, even this overview helps us appreciate that just really the depth of the conversation and the complexity of the challenge before the department. So thank you. And thank you to everybody who's putting their time and energy and thoughts into making this program happen. And we know that we'll hear more from you. All right. Well, as always, we need to show a little bit of compassion for all our participants as well. And we are scheduled to take a short break. So it is now 2:51. Let's be back here at 5 past. All right. How about that? We'll be back here at 5 past the hour to begin our public input session. So see you then.
And Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, your commission assistant. During the break, we will pause our recording and restart it when we return.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Stephanie.
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, your commission assistant. I apologize, I was slow to start the recording. As you just verbally noted, for folks who are connected here for item F, public forum, there are instructions on the screen, and we do ask that you use the raise hand function that helps get you in the speaker's queue today. Currently, I have 24 people in the speaker's queue. If you're on the Zoom, and I believe that number is now climbing, so thank you all for your patience as we note that. If you are on the Zoom platform, the raise hand function is typically found at the bottom of your participants panel. If you are connected by phone, you can press *9, and that will indicate your interest and request to comment. Chair George, currently I have 29 people listed in our speakers list, and I would like to check in with you about timing for that, as it does look like an additional couple of people are interested in commenting. We are looking at a total of 31 people for this comment period at this time, Chair George.
Oh, well, that's good to know. And the reality is we might very well have a couple of people join us. And so it would be reasonable to think that that could happen. Why don't we ask folks to keep their comments to 2 minutes?
And thank you, Chair George. At this time, I will change over to our, we will be using an online timer. Hopefully that will help us to keep folks at time today. Thank you all for your patience as we are trying out this new timer to help us. So at this time, Chair George, the first person I have on my speakers list is Catherine Chudy, who will be asked to unmute at this time, and I will bring up the timer, which we should be able to then use. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you just great.
Okay. Chair George and members of the commission, my name is Catherine Chudy, and I'm a board member of the Oregon Conservancy Foundation. I'm testifying in support of the equity goal that underlies Oregon's climate protection program currently being developed to meet Oregon's climate goals. We support Oregon DEQ's prioritizing equity and addressing the burdens of greenhouse gas emissions and their co-pollutants on Oregon's most vulnerable and marginalized communities. However, we are deeply concerned that the path DEQ is currently taking, as it proposes to exempt the biggest polluters in Oregon, fracked gas power plants, from the costs and of the impacts they are imposing, is a serious contradiction that serves only the industry that profits from polluting while betraying the vulnerable communities DEQ has committed to protecting with this program. Allowing Oregon's largest frack gas polluters a free pass from being regulated under the Climate Protection Program is a grievous contradiction in light of the just released United Nations Global Methane Assessment that underscores the urgency of reducing methane emissions this decade in order to slow climate change while at the same time bringing significant much-needed public health benefits. DEQ is obligated to thoroughly investigate the full extent of the pollution impacts on the health and well-being of frontline communities impacted by the power plants it currently proposes to exempt. Large frack gas polluters seeking these exemptions will deliberately leave the burdens of pollution they cause squarely on the shoulders of smaller regulated entities and on the people in the communities affected most, the very frontline communities DEQ pledges to protect. As commissioners, you have an obligation to see the harm this causes and to act decisively to prevent that harm. In the eloquent words of Henry David Thoreau, the cost of a thing is the amount of what I will call life, which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. We urge you to direct DEQ to change course and make sure that Oregon's Climate Protection Program does not exempt frack gas power plants from its necessary regulation under the Climate Protection Program. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next speaker I have on my list shows a display name of 350 Eugene. And I apologize as we restart the timer for this next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Chair George, commissioners, my name is Deborah McGee. I have lived for the past 35 years on a small farm outside of Eugene. After 30 years as a public school educator, I retired to co-found 350 Eugene, and it is on behalf of the over 2,000 supporters in our community that I speak to you today. We all know we must stop burning fossils for fuels. They are toxic to living things. We know we are at 415 parts per million of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere and rising. We know 350 parts is the safe limit. We are in a dire emergency. The alarm bells are ringing, and you say you think you don't have the authority, Director Whitman says, to recommend the changes that we need to stay alive. As a citizen and a taxpayer, I urge you to take the chance and risk counting the almost 50% of emissions coming from the fracked gas power plants in Oregon. If we are to avoid the point of no return to a stable climate, we must stop creating more harmful emissions. The gas power plants in Oregon and everywhere must be closed sooner rather than later. I am urging you to include the electricity sector, which includes those frack gas power plants. To exempt them makes a farce of the plan and really makes it a plan to fail. In order to leave our grandchildren a livable future, we must not fail. You must move boldly and quickly. Governor Brown has set high goals, and you have a responsibility to succeed and reach those goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next name we have in our list has a display name of Bonnie. I will reset the timer for Bonnie's speech, who should now be able to comment.
Before you begin, my husband and I have to share the laptop because of Wi-Fi issues. So my husband, Jim Plunkett, will be testifying and I will follow him.
Thanks. My name's Jim Plunkett. I'm a retired engineer. I'm going to skip my script. I just want to make a comment on Richard Whitman's statement. And that's that we can't trust that the legislature is going to treat the subject of power plant emissions as strictly as we'd like. So I'd prefer that DEQ would come up with whatever the strictest rules might be. Thank you.
This is Bonnie McKinley. Could you restart the timer, please? Have you
flexible?
We will do our best to restart the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, Commissioner Kyle, Commissioner Mosby. Thank you for the opportunity to state my views on GHG rulemaking process. My name is Bonnie McKinley. I taught in Oregon Public Schools for 30 years too, just like Ms. McGee. In March 2020, based on the soaring realities of climate disruption, Governor Brown sets down a detailed mandate to address Oregon's response to climate disruption, with close attention to those who are disproportionately and most personally affected. The governor gives Oregon a mandate to take immediate actions to address climate change. I'm going to say a little bit about my teaching experience. Don't worry, I'm not changing the subject. Teachers report that stress sometimes invades their sleeping dreams with ridiculous and anxious plot lines. Even after retiring, I've awoken to the recurring dream that the school year is near its end. In the dream, panic strikes when I realize that I've neglected to teach a single math lesson all year. Oh no, I've let down my students, their parents, the school district. How could I skip math? This dream is so unsettling because in it, I am not honoring the mandate to which I'm entrusted to educate my students in the required subjects. Dear members of the Environmental Quality Commission, I don't want you to wake up panic-stricken from your own bad dreams, lamenting, oh no, given the governor's mandate to take immediate actions. Excuse me. Oh no, given the governor's mandate to take immediate actions to address climate change, we allowed some of the worst polluters to continue their unsound practices. Commissioners, I have read your impressive bios. I trust you to exert the governor's executive order. Please ensure equitable treatment of those who are, as described in the EO, the most vulnerable to displacement, adverse health effects, job loss, property damage, and other effects of climate change. Please direct our state to really reduce emissions. Please strengthen Oregon's critical role in securing a livable climate. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Chair George. Our next commenter in the list is Susan Watkins, who
Great.
now have the opportunity to present comment.
And let's hold up for Susan for just 1 minute. I think just in fairness to all the speakers, because we see so many folks who want to speak with the commission today, we're going to need to consider, one raised hand, one timer interval. So just to be clear and to be fair to everybody else who is in line. And welcome to our next speaker.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. My name is Susan Watkins, Chair George, members of the commission, and Director Whitman. I am part of the Stop the Dump movement in Yamhill County opposing expansion of Riverbend landfill. As I sit here speaking to you, I see it right out my window. I am commenting on the director's report today. There were several items in that report about Riverbend that we were not aware of, and I find that very concerning. I closely work with the Citizen Solid Waste Advisory Committee here in Yamhill County, and they are not aware of some of these items either. And in speaking to county department staff, they are not aware of these items. And I'm speaking specifically of the warning letter that DEQ issued to Riverbend on February 27, 2019, the pre-enforcement notice on October 11, 2019, the federal consent order that EPA is discussing with DEQ. Our local license does require Riverbend to notify the county of these items, but they have not done it. And obviously DEQ has not done that. And I don't see how the county can enforce its license agreement or participate in regulation of this landfill without this kind of information. And I would ask you to be considerate of local jurisdictions and local citizens and share this information with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. Unfortunately, we are having a bit of a malfunction with the timer. So what I'm going to do is move over to a PowerPoint slide, commissioners, if that meets your needs. It'll tell you on screen when you have 1 minute remaining and then 15 seconds remaining. And Chair George, if that works for you, we will move over to that for our next commenter, who is V. Pekar.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair George and members of the Environmental Quality Commission. My name is Victoria Pekar, and I'm the Oregon Transportation Policy Manager at Climate Solutions. On behalf of the Clean Air, Healthy Communities Coalition, I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments and show our support for the Commission adopting necessary clean truck rules that DEQ staff briefed you all on that have the opportunity to greatly reduce our transportation emissions, improve public health, and spur green job growth. On behalf of our coalition, we urge the EQC to use your authority to pass the Advanced Clean Truck Rule and the Low NOx Rule in tandem to drastically cut smog and diesel pollution, as well as jumpstart the zero emission, medium and heavy duty truck market that Governor Brown committed Oregon to when she signed onto the multi-state medium heavy duty ZEV MOU in July 2020. We need to act this year and join California and Washington to ensure that the West Coast moves towards a future where environmental justice communities do not continue to bear a disproportionate burden of pollution. Toxic diesel pollution is linked to higher rates of cancer, heart disease, respiratory disorders, and premature death. This pollution disproportionately harms low-income and BIPOC communities who often live adjacent to highways, ports, and other pollution hotspots due to racist housing, land use, and economic policies. And last stat is that in this year, the State of the Air report card by the American Lung Association, Oregon received failing grades except for one C grade for particle pollution in all counties where data was collected. Oregon can do better to protect the public health of Oregonians, and EQC commissioners have the power to make that happen. The EQC can use its existing legal authority not just to make sure that Oregon meets its clean air goals, but also that it does so by centering environmental justice and equity in doing so. We urge you to vote on the Advanced Clean Truck Rule with fleet reporting requirements, as well as the Low NOx Rule when the time comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person who is in the speakers list is Patricia Kohlberg, who should now be prompted to present comment.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Chair George and the Environmental Quality Commission, thank you very much for this opportunity to express my concerns about exempting gas power energy plants from Oregon's Climate Protection Program. My name is Patricia Kohlberg. I'm a native Oregonian and a retired primary care and public health physician. The International Energy Agency, of which the U.S. is a member, released a report this month that calls for drastic action to reach net zero global carbon emissions by 2050 in order to avert irreversible climate catastrophe. In Oregon, our goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 80% or less of 1990 emissions by 2050. This already falls short of the recommendation to reach net zero carbon emissions. The IEA specifically recommends the replacement of gas with low emission fuels in energy production plants. DEQ, however, proposes exempting gas-fired power plants altogether from our greenhouse gas reduction plan, which strikes me as the opposite of an incentive to phase out frac gas energy production. In 2019, frac gas power plants accounted for about 12% of total statewide greenhouse gas emissions. It's difficult to see how our goal can be met with this exemption in place. Does that mean that the goal is, in fact, to reduce emissions only by 70%, which is how the math works out, or does it mean that an 80% reduction will have to be squeezed out of the remaining sectors? I haven't seen any projections from DEQ about how an 80% reduction will be achieved while exempting gas-fired plants, nor have I seen justification for the exemption, which does not look like undue influence by fossil fuel interests. We need DEQ to take bold action. We need a plan that has a chance of preserving a livable future. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person who I have in my list is Damon Mott's Story, who should now receive a prompt to unmute as we begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and distinguished members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Damon Mott Story, Healthy Climate Program Director at Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility, a statewide public health advocacy nonprofit with over 2,800 members statewide. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Governor Brown's executive order has stated goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, prioritize equity for impacted communities, and contain costs for businesses and consumers. Exempting the electric utility sector powered by gas power plants would make it difficult, if not impossible, to meet these goals. And in fact, giving the electric sector and gas power plants that exemption makes it difficult to take the intent of the executive order seriously. More than 8 million people died worldwide in 2018 from fossil fuel pollution, significantly higher than previous research suggested. Exposure to particulate matter from fossil fuel emissions accounted for 18% of total global deaths in 2018. A little less than 1 out of 5. And I would like to point out that there are vulnerable communities that suffer disproportionate impacts of both air pollution and climate change. There are 2 fracked gas power plants in Umatilla County, 2 in Morrow County, 1 in Klamath County, and 1 in Columbia County. And many of these communities experience poor health outcomes and would be disproportionately impacted by the continuation of this pollution. It's been referenced numerous times that House Bill 2021, under consideration of the Oregon legislature, would do the thing that this rulemaking process need not do. And there are 2 problems with that. If House Bill 2021 does pass, then not regulating the electricity sector in this process would leave a loophole of exported power from the state of Oregon. And we can't take for granted that the bill will actually pass. I and my organization are working hard to make sure that that bill does pass, but we need to be comprehensive and make sure that this is a unified process, and we need to at least see modeling scenarios for what it would look like to regulate the electricity sector in this process, a request that has been repeated many times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person in the speakers list is Alan Jornet, who will now receive a prompt to unmute.
Chair George and members of the Commission. My name is Alan Journey. I'm co-founder and co-facilitator of Southern Oregon Climate Action Now, an organization of some 1,500 rural Southern Oregonians who are concerned about global warming and the climate crisis it is presenting. Since our inauguration in 2012, we've been engaged with the statewide climate coalition and state legislators in efforts to establish a statewide greenhouse gas emissions reduction program. On this effort, we have been frustrated by industries and legislators who have consistently fought against and thwarted reasonable and well-developed legislative proposals that would establish such a program. We were therefore delighted when Governor Brown signed Executive Order 2004 14 months ago, unequivocally charging state agencies to use their authority to achieve emissions reductions by 2050 of at least 80% below the 1990 emissions level. That means 11.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide greenhouse gas emissions. As DEQ began its effort last summer, we were excited by the energy, enthusiasm, and transparency that seemed to come into effect, but we have been disappointed since then. I'm going to submit some written comments, but I'd like to highlight 4 or 5 concerns. By proposing to exempt the electricity sector, DEQ proposes to exempt 10.8 million metric tons of emissions, according to 2019 data, an amount that may increase if extensive electrification is successful. While HB 2021 would overcome this problem if it passes, there's no guarantee that this will occur. Thus, the Climate Protection Program needs to be ready to solve the problem of electricity sector emissions should that fail. The leaning towards a fuel supplier threshold of 300,000 metric tons would allow another 3.4 million metric tons of emissions. Thus, combined with the electric sector, this would blow through the limit for 2050. The renewable natural gas component seemingly has been provided by the gas companies. The Department of Energy says we cannot achieve what the gas companies claim we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. Previously, I had a hand from Angus Duncan, who will be offered the opportunity to unmute and note if they choose to present comment or not at this time.
Okay.
Yes, hi, this is Angus Duncan. I will assume you can hear me.
We can.
Good. I am today representing the Natural Resources Defense Council, but also served as chair of your fellow commission, your sister commission, the Global Warming Commission of the state of Oregon. And I'd like to speak to two issues, if I can squeeze them into 2 minutes. First, the clean truck rulemaking. Zeroing out emissions from Oregon's medium and heavy duty truck fleet is vital to protecting public health, addressing climate, and boosting our clean energy economy. Transportation at 36% of Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions, and these trucks in particular at about 10% are major sources of greenhouse gases in Oregon, as well as of criteria pollutants. The toxic fumes from these trucks are an environmental and public health crisis. They lead to numerous respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. They exact a heavy toll in medical bills and in diminished quality of life. And truck pollution disproportionately harms communities of color and low-income communities who tend to live adjacent to freight hubs. With respect to the climate protection plan, there's certainly not time to speak to specifics, so I limit myself to this caution. An earlier witness referenced the IEA report advising that the planet needs to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This is a substantially more aggressive goal than that currently targeted by the state of Oregon. And for Oregon, as a first world entity with emissions reduction responsibilities that are heavier than most, and also with natural working land sequestration potential, that really means achieving net negative emissions not later than 2050. We are also advised that to limit future climate impacts to a sustainable level, these reductions need to be front-loaded into the next decade. So the CPP, DEQ, your commission, the governor will be judged successful or not against these two standards more than any others, including the governor's executive order. It's a steep hill to climb, but it's doable and there really is no alternative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair George, the next name in my speakers list is James New, who should now be given the prompt to unmute and begin comment.
Hello, Chair George and Commission members. My name is James New. I live in Eugene and I'm a volunteer with 350 Eugene. I agree with all of those who testified opposing exemptions to big polluters and stationary sources of emissions. I urge the Oregon DEQ to reconsider the greenhouse gas emissions program and include gas power plants in the whole energy sector in the new climate protection program. The International Energy Agency stated immediate action is needed to change the world's energy sector in order to meet ambitious climate goals by 2050. This includes a halt to new existing fossil fuel power plants with electricity generation achieving net zero emissions by 2035 in the United States and advanced economies and worldwide by 2040. I'd also like to comment on any crude oil being transported by rail cars should not be allowed to be loaded or unloaded unless the oil has a vapor pressure of less than 9 pounds per square inch. The NTSB requirements for rail tank car upgrades, positive train control, and electronic pneumatic braking have not been met by the railroads, even with many years of extensions. Requiring a controlled vapor pressure can be regulated by the state of Oregon. I urge you to require it on high hazard train routes. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person I have in my speakers list is Melanie Platt, who should now be given the opportunity to present comment.
Good afternoon, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is actually Jan Zuckerman. I'm using Melanie's Zoom account today. I'm from Portland. I'm a retired teacher and a mentor for the Portland Youth Climate Council and a member of the Portland Gas Busters, a volunteer coalition of groups that is working to stop methane fossil gas and its expansion and debunked the myths of gas decarbonization. I'm here today to urge you to use your unique position to ensure that polluters do not decide the quality of life for Oregonians who depend on state agencies to protect us and our future. According to DEQ's proposed GHG emissions program, the entire electric utility sector, as those have already said, will be exempt, including Oregon's biggest polluters, power plants that burn frack gas. This makes no sense to the youth who I work with or to the members of our coalition who have studied the science of methane and understand its grave impact on the climate. If DEQ is serious about reducing carbon emissions, those who contribute the most would be held accountable. In the midst of unprecedented climate crisis, we cannot afford to exempt in-state frack gas exporters. In fact, according to the youth that I work with, reducing emissions by 80% by 2050 is too little too late. In addition, the proposed cap and reduce program gives too much power to all polluters who determine which communities will benefit from reductions of emissions and which will not. Oregon cannot be held hostage to polluting industries. If anything, it should be the other way around. The youth of Oregon are depending on DEQ to set aggressive greenhouse gas emission limits and protect their right to a livable future. Your commission will have the opportunity to make sure that DEQ gets this right by including frack gas power plants and entire electricity sector in the climate protection program, and make sure the burden of greenhouse gas emissions does not fall on the shoulders of those most impacted and already vulnerable communities. At this stage of the climate crisis, DEQ cannot afford to get this wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair George. The next person in my speakers list is Pat DeLaQuille, who should now be able to present comment.
Thank you. Chair George, commissioners, my name is Dr. Pat DeLaQuille, and I'm an energy expert in energy systems modeling and policy analysis related to optimizing emission reduction pathways. I live in Gresham and organize with the Metro Climate Action Team, and I've been closely following the climate protection program rulemaking process from its beginning almost a year ago. We are at a critical point in the rulemaking process, and the program design choices that DEQ makes in the coming weeks will determine whether the climate protection program lives up to its name or not. Specifically, this will depend on whether DEQ sets emission reduction targets that are consistent with the best available science, holds industrial polluters accountable for their emissions by including them under the cap, and ensures equity and environmental integrity in the proposed alternative compliance mechanism, community and climate investments. Sorry about the dog. In setting the cap trajectory, DEQ must follow the science, which according to multiple science reports says we have less than 10 years left to cut pollution in half if we were to prevent catastrophic and irreversible harm to our state and the planet. We've already wasted decades, and we can't wait for another decade or let polluters off the hook. Requiring early emission reductions is critical to achieving our state's climate goal and would have immediate health benefits to Oregon's communities. It would also, requiring near-term emission reductions will generate significant economic benefits in Oregon by encouraging early investments in clean energy and other emission-reducing technologies. Given the DEQ has already decided to exclude gas-fired power plants from the regulation under the Climate Protection Program, it's absolutely critical that no further exemptions be provided to polluters. Although DEQ is proposing to cover both combustion and process emissions from stationary sources under a program, its recent proposal to use a site-specific, best available technology approach does not provide assurance that stationary sources will be held accountable. I also want to, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next display name in our speakers list is Bill Harris, who should now be able.
Yes, now I think I can be heard.
Yes.
My name is Bill. I'm a member of the Metropolitan Climate Action Team and a supporter of the Oregon League of Conservation Voters. I'm very much concerned that Governor Brown's reduction target, clearly defined at the start, does not become somehow confused, softened, or altered by changing from a 1990 base to 2010. It just seems to me that we're starting out with a goal for our behavior here in Oregon that is perfectly reasonable in the big challenge that the planet has. And we need to push ourselves at least as far as the legally established margins permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair George, the next speaker I have in my list is Matt Beyer, who should now be able to present comment.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Beyer, and I'm here representing the Union of Concerned Scientists. UCS is a national science-based advocacy organization that is committed to creating a clean, modern, and equitable transportation system. We are also a member of the Clean Air and Healthy Communities Coalition. I'm speaking today in support of DEQ's plans to bring the advanced clean trucks and low NOx omnibus standards to the EQC for adoption later this year. The ACT and low NOx standards are foundational policies to transition medium and heavy duty fleets to zero emission technology, while simultaneously reducing emissions from new fossil fuel trucks that continue to be sold. In tandem, these two rules together are essential for addressing the public health and climate impacts of trucks and buses in Oregon. The ACT is a critical step in truck electrification in order to go beyond manufacturers' press releases and actually get electric trucks on the road. The technology is more than ready, and this rule will increase the availability of that technology. In addition to zero tailpipe emissions, UCS analysis shows that in the grid region containing Oregon, a battery electric truck has between 64% and 87% lower emissions than a diesel truck today. Secondly, the fleet reporting requirement is also an important component of this policy. Transitioning all trucks to zero emission vehicles will require a sound understanding of their duty cycles and operating characteristics. Finally, the low NOx rule is also a vital complement to the ACT rule, as it will curtail toxic air pollution from new diesel vehicles that continue to be sold, while bringing substantial public health and environmental benefits to Oregon. The rule is expected to cut NOx emissions from heavy-duty trucks by 75% below current standards by 2024 and 90% by 2027. UCS is looking forward to working with DEQ staff and the EQC to ensure timely adoption of the ACT and low NOx standards this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. At this time, I will ask Brian Stewart had previously had a raised hand and should now be prompted to unmute. If they would like to present comment, if they would not like to present comment, they may pass at this time.
Thank you, Chair George, members of the commission. My name is Brian Stewart. I'm co-founder of Electrify Now and also representing the Electrify Coalition. We're a group of over 35 nonprofits, environmental groups, youth groups, faith-based groups, community-based groups, builders, architects, solar and HVAC installers here in the Northwest. We share the common interest of educating the public about the benefits of electrification in our homes and businesses as a potent tool to reduce carbon emissions and combat climate change. We're excited about the bold targets set forth in EO 2004 and specifically the directives to this commission and the DEQ to create a sector-specific climate protection program. We have 4 specific requests that you consider as you oversee the rulemaking process and the design of this very important program. First, we urge you to use your authority to ensure that these 80% reduction goals are met for all the sources specified in the directive. And has been already mentioned, this program should specifically address gas-powered electricity plants, which are the top state polluters. We also ask that you ensure there are no loopholes in this program for any of the sources that are specified. And we ask that the program creates funding for protections for communities in Oregon which suffer most from air and water pollution associated with these sources of emissions, and not allow the polluters to choose where to spend their community climate investments. And then finally, we urge you to at least model and explore scenarios which deliver the required reductions way ahead of the timelines outlined in EO 2004, because as it has been stated, those lofty goals are probably not really all that's needed. There's a lot at stake. We're ready to stand with you against the pressures of fossil fuels interests if that's needed. Thank you for your work and your service to the residents of Oregon.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person I have in my speakers list is Ben Kirsch, who will now be prompted to unmute.
Thank you, Ms. Caldera, and good afternoon, Chair George, Vice Chair Brasso, and Commissioners Kyle and Mosby. My name is Ben Kirsch, and I am the staff attorney for the Deschutes River Alliance, for who I am speaking on behalf of today. My comments today are to urge the Environmental Quality Commission to direct the Department of Environmental Quality to properly enforce the current dissolved oxygen standard as written for the Lower Deschutes River and approved by this commission. Without the EQC's direction, the river's highest beneficial use of protecting resident trout's critical life cycle stages will not be met. To achieve those protections, we are seeking the EQC's direction to DEQ to enforce the spawning and incubation dissolved oxygen criterion year-round in the Lower Deschutes. As the rule is currently written, minimum dissolved oxygen levels are elevated in the places where resident trout spawn during their spawning and incubation period. By using Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife information statements, resident trout spawning in the Lower Deschutes River conservatively occurs between mid-March and mid-July. However, both ODFW and DRA observations have seen spawning take place well past this date, as far into the year as December. And these are only the observations of spawning. Incubation occurs well past this date. Over the last 10 years, DEQ has created and implemented an artificial non-spawning period in the Lower Deschutes from June 16th to October 14th. This has resulted in dissolved oxygen levels that harm resident trout during these crucial life cycle stages and do not meet the biologically based water quality standards approved by this commission. So I see that I'm running short on time, so we are requesting that the EQC take 2 actions in furtherance of its organizational mission. First, direct DEQ to abandon the artificial non-spawning period in the Lower Deschutes as contrary to both science and law before it resumes on June 16th, and to direct DEQ to implement the biologically necessary spawning and incubation period year-round in the Lower Deschutes. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person in our speakers list is Kathy Moyd.
Thank you, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Kathy Moyd, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. The goal of the climate protection program should be that in 2050, each of the regulated sectors has emissions at or below the cap. It is difficult to determine the emissions for each sector from the modeling plots, but the totals are not at the required levels for any of the scenarios. Even the one with a 90% goal does not meet the 80% goal. One concern is that early reductions allow the regulated entities to coast on their bank credits without further reductions, thus being above the cap at the end of the 2050 time period. Also, if each of the community climate investments actually cause 1 megaton of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, I would have expected to see a significant effect on the fuel emissions because of electrification, which is one of the goals of the climate investment, the community climate investments. So since 2 of the models had 25%, they should have had significantly more fuel reductions than what I was seeing from the plots. I would like to mention that it's been difficult to evaluate the values because of the fact that no detailed breakdowns of the modeling have been given to the RAC or the public. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person we have in our speakers list is Janet A. Lorenzen, who should now be able to present comment.
Chair George and Commissioner, I'm Dr. Janet Lorenzen, professor at Willamette University and member of 350 Salem. I want to comment on the DEQ's climate protection program, specifically the direct regulation of process emissions. So Vice Chair Sam Barrasso asked a question of Nicole Singh when he asked about the data that we have on best available technology to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And he noted that the EPA data is mostly about clean air. So Nicole agreed and said that the DEQ would need to do some work to look at industry standards in other states, as well as globally. And they needed to start to get that information because it's not as accessible as the EPA research. So my question, particularly as a professor, is why hasn't the DEQ done their homework on this? Why are they even suggesting a program where they haven't done their homework to assess the quality of the data and the extent to which the data process and the data outcome has been captured by industry? I think it's critically important that for this to even be under consideration, that the DEQ has to, show that this data is independent and scientific. Otherwise, it looks like another carve out to industry, in this case, emission intensive trade exposed industries. And I know that the DEQ is under a lot of pressure and there's been a lot of lobbying by industry, but the DEQ needs to go back to fundamentals of how to do their decision-making on project design and look more closely at what the quality of the data is on best available technology for industries to reduce greenhouse gases. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George and commenters. The next person we have in our speakers list is Ali Rosenbluth.
Hello, my name is Ali Rosenbluth. I'm the campaigns director at Rogue Climate and a member of this rulemaking advisory committee for the greenhouse gas rulemaking process. So I am here today to share my reflections on the direction of this program. And I just want to say that I'm really excited that EQC continues to stress to DEQ that the goal of this program goes beyond emissions calculations, but truly to reduce harm to communities impacted by fossil fuel pollution, who we know are primarily low-income, rural, Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. We must center the impact to these communities first and every policy decision being made for these rules. This week, the International Energy Agency, an organization that has historically boosted fossil fuels, released a groundbreaking report stating that there is no need for investment in new fossil fuel supply in our net zero pathway. The IEA report and decades of scientific evidence make it clear that there is no room for coal, oil, and gas in a healthy future. The IEA report states that the energy system is key to the climate challenge. Oregon's proposal to exempt the entire electric sector is unacceptable. Whether or not legislation passes to transition Oregon's grid to 100% clean energy, exempting the electric sector is a decision that does not further equity or emissions reductions goals. Members of the RAC and the public have consistently asked DEQ to show at least modeling that includes the electric sector so we can compare outcomes. This request has been met as a non-starter. I urge EQC to direct DEQ to include a model without the electric sector exemption. Additionally, if the electric sector exemption continues, even with the passage of HB 2021, this would allow merchant gas plants that export power to continue polluting with no accountability. This is a dangerous loophole that could incentivize gas plants in Oregon to continue running, but now as an exporter of electricity. There has been no discussion from DEQ about how to avoid this loophole, and I respectfully request that this commission directs DEQ to develop a proposal that addresses this loophole at the minimum in the draft rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next speaker we have on our list is Nora Lehman.
Hi there. Chair George, members of the Commission, my name is Nora Lehman and I'm speaking today on behalf of Families for Climate. For the record, we strongly support and continue to advocate for HB 2021, 100% clean energy for all. However, we remain alarmed that this Commission is still planning to exempt gas power plants from regulation. When DEQ's own data show that they are the leading greenhouse gas polluters in Oregon, it is even more frightening that these data do not take into account the methane pollution that occurs upstream from the power plants. As Bill McKibben writes, methane leaks unburned at every stage from fracking to combustion, whether in a power plant or on top of your stove, in sufficient quantities to make it an enormous climate danger. Governor Brown's executive order on climate requires state agencies to use, quote, any and all authority and discretion, end quote, to meet Oregon's climate goals. Exempting 6 of Oregon's top 12 largest polluters from this emissions reductions program is a shocking abrogation of DEQ's fundamental responsibilities. When I look over the list of people who sit on the RAC, I see many representatives of fossil fuel and fossil fuel adjacent industries who have a vested interest in fighting to protect their businesses, but virtually no representation of the youth who will inherit the climate that these businesses are unraveling. Families for Climate urges the EQC to change course while there's still time and insist that Oregon DEQ include gas power plants in the climate protection program. We hope each commission member will pause to consider the impact of their decision 20 years into the future. Will you regret having lacked the moral courage to stand up to powerful fossil fuel interests when you had the chance? Or will you be proud that you had the clarity and courage to do what was required to preserve a livable planet for tomorrow's children? Thank you.
Stephanie, I'm going to pause just for a second. I have to admit, I haven't been keeping track. How many more speakers do we have signed up?
Thank you, Chair George. I have approximately 15 people remaining in my speakers list today.
Okay. So we do definitely want to hear from absolutely everybody we can. And we do also have a long afternoon. So I'm going to really ask people to be very mindful of their time and to respect the limits so that we can hear from everybody. Welcome to the next speaker.
Our next speaker has a display name of Ramsey.
Hello, thank you for listening to me. I'm going to launch right quickly into my testimony, taking up where Susan Watkins, who previously testified about Riverbend landfill and the agenda item that you have in front of you for this afternoon regarding Riverbend. There's a couple things on that agenda which are absent or need a little clarification. One, I hope you will note that they did a nuisance study 4 years ago about the landfill. Nothing came of that nuisance study. I hope that you will ask Director Whitman why. Number two, it says that the Riverbend, he wasn't sure whether they were going to appeal to the Court of Appeals. They have. This is ongoing and furthering. But most importantly, as Susan Watkins stated, there's a lot of information in that agenda that we weren't given party to. We've been going back and forth through the courts, LUBA, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court, and it's imperative that those of us, i.e. the farmers who are the victims of this landfill, be given all the information necessary to conduct our legal argument. It's really hard to do that when there's information that is not readily available. We've asked. It's not that we haven't asked. I personally feel as though there's a reason why we haven't received it, and I hope that the commission will ask Mr. Whitman why. Perhaps there is a DOJ reason, but I just don't quite understand. The remedy is simply that there's a website, and I hope that he will put all information on the website for everyone to use. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair George. Our next speaker in the list is Virginia Camberos, who should now be able to present comment.
Hello, Chair George and Commission members. My name is Virginia Camberos. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am the Regional Director for Unite Oregon, the Rogue Valley chapter. And we are working on the project with DEQ to engage our impacted communities in climate policy. So we have formed a climate justice committee that encompasses agricultural, forest workers, and some that have already transitioned into landscaping and construction work. And this group is very excited, to learn and share, with their families and communities, because it's an opportunity for them to have their voices heard, since they are directly impacted, by climate change and, the climate justice work that we are doing. So Unite Oregon wants to empower our folks, towards, climate justice and climate change, so that they can share, their stories of how climate change has impacted their lives. So we are having a workshop this Saturday and Sunday regarding the rulemaking process, and I'm very thrilled that we are going to be able to engage and have our folks be actively working towards a better way of having a great livelihoods for them and their families. So thank you all for allowing me to speak, and muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person I have in the speakers list has the display name of Cascadia Wildlands.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. Chair George, members of the commission, thank you for providing this opportunity for public testimony. My name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm the grassroots organizer with Cascadia Wildlands, a regionally focused environmental nonprofit based in Eugene, Oregon. In my work with Cascadia Wildlands, I organize with a broad coalition of social and climate justice, public health, and tenants advocacy organizations called the Fossil Free Eugene Coalition. This coalition is striving to address the many threats that fracked gas pose to our city and our climate. As such, I was alarmed to hear that the Department of Environmental Quality is planning to exclude fracked gas power plants from its 2021 greenhouse gas emissions program. The use of fracked gas is the fastest growing source of emissions in the city of Eugene, and similarly, fracked gas power plants make up the top 6 climate polluters in Oregon. It is a grievous oversight to exempt them from increased greenhouse gas regulations in the face of the climate crisis and the growing racial and economic inequities that are plaguing our state. Oregon DEQ's goal of focusing potential benefits on frontline communities is well-intentioned, but the program's proposed exemptions will render it ineffective and unbalanced. The agency's current plans will place the burden of greenhouse gas emissions and their co-pollutants like smog-forming and cancer-causing VOCs squarely on BIPOC and other marginalized communities across the state. Environmental justice should be Oregon DEQ's top priority in designing this program, not the desire of fracked gas polluters to avoid costs and inefficiencies for their polluting industry. The people of Eugene know all too well the threats of the climate crisis on our community. This past fall, unprecedented climate-driven wildfires burned within miles of Eugene and destroyed homes and buildings in towns across the state, upending the lives of entire communities. These fires and the climate crisis broadly disproportionately impact BIPOC and low-income communities in particular.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person in the speakers list is Theodora Songus.
Good afternoon, Chair George and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Theodora Songus. I'm an environmental health scientist and a member of the Healthy Climate Action Team of Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. We are in the midst of at least 3 interconnected public health emergencies: climate disruption, the COVID-19 pandemic, and systemic racism. Attempting to address climate disruption without addressing environmental injustices will be costly in human lives, productivity, and economic impacts. In this rulemaking, equity, environmental justice, and public health seem to be considered only after costs and economic impacts. The makeup of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, while convened with the idea of guaranteeing that voices of impacted communities would be heard, is made up of a large proportion of industry representatives. Thus, the makeup of the RAC reduces the guarantee of attention to the inequities experienced by impacted communities. If costs are the only valid basis for the level of regulation, then the costs of ill health and environmental degradation should have the highest priority. In fact, a recent report reveals that the cost of inaction means that we are paying far more than $820 billion in health costs per year in the US from fossil fuel air pollution and climate change impacts. We are in an emergency, so prompt and important changes are needed to respond effectively to that emergency. Exempting our state's largest polluters, fracked gas power plants, from Oregon's new emissions reduction program will make achieving the goal of significant reductions in emissions unlikely. Please ensure that the DEQ revises its inadequate direction now. As it is, the climate protection program will not protect frontline communities. I agree with the comments of Dr. Culbert and David Mott's story. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next speaker in the list is Bob Yunka.
Come on. Okay.
We hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Yunke. I am a member and on the policy team at Elders Climate Action and the Oregon chapter. We are grandparents hoping to preserve a sustainable planet for our grandchildren. And I've been involved in the RAC process since the beginning in January. We are very concerned that the program that DEQ is proposing does not honor the science, because it is not designed to achieve zero emissions or the minimum possible emissions available with current technology. The science is clear. We must reduce emissions to zero in order to stabilize the climate. We can see the consequences now of a temperature at just 1.2 degrees above the baseline with the fires that we've experienced in Oregon. 1.2 million acres were burned last year, which is double what it was in 2017. And that was double what it was in the 1990s. The fires have created a public health crisis. For 2 weeks, we couldn't go out and breathe. And this situation, according to the science, is expected to become worse again by another doubling to 2.5 million acres burned over the next decade. Thank you. So we have to get to zero. And our concern is that DEQ is not doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Chair George, the next speaker in our list is Dan Sears. Display name is Dan Sears Power Packed Fracked Gas.
Thank you, Chair George, members of the commission. It's humbling to follow Dr. Songus and Mr. Yunke. Their comments I support. I want to thank you for listening to everyone today. Your challenge here is really significant. You've heard from so many people like Dr. Kohlberg and Catherine Chuddy, Ali Rosenbluth, Damon Mott's story. So many perspectives from community members who are trying to help get this program in the right place for protecting communities that experience pollution from fossil fuel use. And I think what you're hearing is that DEQ's proposed rules seem to be a departure from DEQ's commitment to center the policy on equity, on addressing the core issue of how much pollution BIPOC communities experience from climate changing pollution and its co-pollutants. And I just have to ask whether this is the best we can do to address the pollution from the gas plants that will, under this proposal, as the rules are written, continue for years and years in the Columbia Basin, with the burning of fracked gas there in the Columbia Basin. So this may be a time to take a step back and slow down and take in more evidence and broaden the analysis in the way that Ali Rosenbluth suggested earlier. And I really appreciate your time and the careful consideration you've given to everyone who's spoken today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair George. The next person in the speakers list is Grace Brailer.
Good afternoon, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and members of the Commission. My name is Grace Brailer, and I'm the Oregon Climate Action Plan and Policy Manager at Beyond Toxics, a statewide environmental justice organization advancing policies that ensure meaningful participation and cultivating grassroots leadership from Oregon's frontline and impacted communities. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments on the department's climate protection program. We did also submit a written copy of our full comments to the Commission today and respectfully request that those be considered. Our top concerns echo others in that there are serious equity concerns stemming from the currently proposed exemptions. For decades, discriminatory policies and practices that constitute environmental racism have disproportionately burdened disadvantaged neighborhoods with polluting facilities. For example, Beyond Toxics has long worked alongside communities in the West Eugene neighborhood who have borne the brunt of toxic emissions from wood treatment plants, biomass power plants, a fossil fuel powered freight line, and a major transportation corridor. Community members who are predominantly BIPOC, low income, and working class have endured serious health impacts as a result, including increased rates of cancer, asthma, diabetes, heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, thyroid disease, respiratory issues, headaches, and nosebleeds. This is just one example of what happens when major polluters go unchecked, and the health consequences related to emissions from packed gas are largely the same. While major emitters can easily pay off fines for non-compliance or purchase compliance credits, community members struggle to afford resulting medical expenses. As the burden of greenhouse gas emissions and their co-pollutants will be experienced disproportionately by BIPOC and other marginalized communities, environmental justice must be front and center in the development of this program. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair George. The person I have next in our speakers list is Jane Stackhouse. And I believe Jane Stackhouse should now be able to present comment. Apologies, Chair George.
Go ahead.
My apologies. I thought I was unmuted. I must be the only person who's ever done that with Zoom. Thank you, Caldera, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, Ms. Kyle, and Mr. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I am retired and a member of the Metro Action Team. We have been following the governor's executive order and legislation very closely. I'm also a trained climate reality leader and the grandmother of 7. So I'm interested in the future. One of the things, excuse me as I tear up because I feel very strongly about this, as do all of the other speakers. And one of the things I'd like to say, digressing from what I will send you, is I do appreciate the work that DEQ is doing and the Environmental Quality Commission. It must be difficult to hear all this, do more faster. However, we are very desperate and we depend on you to be able to take action. So rather than find all of this testimony, why can't we cover the electrical generation? Why are landfills left out? How can we get a better NOx reduction than 14%? Rather than take that as criticism, take it as an indication that we are behind you and we want you to do your very, very best. And if you need us to form a wall around you for protection from industries or other competing factors, we're here ready to stand with you to get us to a goal for 2050 of net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. The next person I have is by phone. Their phone number area code is 503. Their last 4 digits are 2498. And they should now be able to present comment.
Thank you to all of you. And my name is Ted Gleichman. It's a pleasure to speak with you again, and I really appreciate all of the work that's gone into these efforts, and you're getting terrific testimony today. I'm going to be crisp in the interest of time. These times are unprecedented. I work on energy, climate, democracy, environmental justice, anti-racism efforts, and all of these things tie together, and it's imperative that people dealing with politics and bureaucracy be bold at this time and remember that when it comes to climate science, it is the chemistry, it is the physics, and we are not able to defeat those with legal justifications. The problem with Iraq has been clearly identified. The fossil fuel industry can no longer be considered simply a normal part of the economy. That's obsolete. It is tobacco. It is beyond the level of any possible justification at this point. We all use fossil fuels every day, but we must all be aware that that is obsolete and that time has passed on this. Thank you so much for your work. Please continue on as boldly and aggressively as you can, even if it occasionally makes the Attorney General a tad nervous. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And thank you. The next person is also by phone. Their phone number starts with 541 and ends with 9819, and they will now be prompted to unmute.
My name is Stuart Leibowitz. I am with the Douglas County Global Warming Coalition. As noted, the International Energy Agency, IEA, warned we must rapidly slash the use of fossil fuels if we are to avoid a climate catastrophe. It is only the latest in a series of warnings issued by scientists around the world, but this sense of urgency is not reflected in DEQ's model. The 80% reduction put forth by the model has no meaning, for it is riddled with exceptions and exemptions. Many polluters are exempt through high thresholds, others are removed from the cap. The baseline has been moved up 20 years, and the well-intentioned CCI now serves as an escape hatch for polluters, since the fee charged bears no relation to the actual cost of a one-to-one emissions reduction. The IEA states that the IEA states that we need to replace gas furnaces with electric heat pumps, yet the model excludes electricity and instead substitutes dirty RNG. The question is, at what point will we embrace this sense of urgency and no longer give credence to the voices of the polluters who brought us to this precipice of a climate disaster? As a climate activist for 30 years, I was overjoyed at the executive order, but now I feel nothing but stunned grief. For the sake of the planet and each other, please do what is right. Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. The next commenter in the list is Kristen Edmark.
This is Kristen Edmark, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your valuable work. The 100% clean energy bill has not passed, and we don't know if it's going to pass, and electricity needs to be included. Please only accept a rule that includes all of the largest producers of greenhouse gas. Power plants must convert to clean energy, and they must do it as soon as possible. Power companies will not transition on their own. We see this clearly by the present aggressive campaign by gas. It's not possible for smaller emitters to achieve the state goals if we exempt larger emitters. Fracked gas is mostly methane, and methane is tiny. As we know, it leaks at drilling sites, pumps, pipelines, power plants. Please include the electricity sector to encourage the needed transition from fracked methane. My son's in-laws lost a beloved family, home, and belongings in the Oregon fires last summer. Well, we all are part of this tragedy. We all saw the orange skies and smoke last summer. We are personally feeling the effects. You have the responsibility. A partial plan just won't work. Please don't accept a greenhouse emissions program that exempts the largest polluters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair George. The next person in our speakers list is Nora Apter.
Thank you. Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Nora Apter. As we heard from DEQ staff earlier, we are reaching a key juncture point in the Climate Protection Program rulemaking process. The program design choices that DEQ makes in the coming weeks could very well be decisive in determining whether the Climate Protection Program lives up to its name. This will depend in large part on whether DEQ, 1, sets the emissions cap and trajectory to track the best available science, 2, holds industrial polluters accountable for their emissions by including them under the cap, and 3, ensures equity and environmental integrity in the design of the proposed community climate investments. Regarding the emissions cap and trajectory, we expect DEQ to follow the science, plain and simple. Therefore, the declining cap should guarantee that reductions occur at the pace and scale necessary to, at minimum, meet the state's mandatory targets of reducing emissions at least 45% below 1990 levels by 2035 and at least 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. Second, given that this program will likely exclude fossil gas power plants from regulation, it is absolutely critical that no further exemptions be provided for polluters. That means this program must hold industrial sources accountable for their significant climate pollution. With that in mind, I'm concerned that regulating process emissions from industrial emissions with solely a site-specific best available technology approach, rather than requiring industrial emissions be covered under the cap, could effectively exempt sources from mandatory declining emissions limits. And finally, with regards to the alternative compliance options, we urge DEQ to design the community climate investments to ensure environmental integrity and make sure that they achieve real, measurable, verifiable, and permanent greenhouse gas reductions, and then investments happen in and directly benefit Oregon communities. Thank you for these considerations.
Thank you, Chair George. I have 2 remaining people on the speakers list. Next is Priya Chosom.
Good afternoon, Chair George and Commissioners. My name is Priya Chinsum. I use she and her pronouns, and I'm the coordinator for the Power Pass Frac Gas Coalition. We're a group of over 30 organizations in the Pacific Northwest working at the intersections of health and the environment in our communities. And we come together around a belief in the power of clean energy and clear water and organize against frac gas infrastructure that obstructs efforts to build toward climate justice. As stated by the EQC, one primary objective of this rulemaking process is to, quote, prioritize equity by alleviating burdens on impacted communities. As a born and raised Oregonian, Indigenous person, and first-generation American, equity to me means no less than a commitment to fostering more life and less destruction in every single waterway and community, human and not, in this state. But the rules as they currently stand would shield the biggest polluters in Oregon from being accountable to the environmental violence that they are enacting. Frac gas plants would not bear the consequences of their polluting and would instead leave already marginalized communities to navigate the fallout. The fallout, in addition to greenhouse gas emissions, would also include other types of pollution like smog-forming VOCs and cancer-causing particulate matter pollution that aren't usually monitored at these sites. That's in addition to the decimation of our waterways, which is inevitable in the process of producing frac gas. Clear cutting, water contamination, and cutting trenches for pipelines have visceral effects on all living beings, including humans and salmon that rely on that water to live. To write off these massive consequences is to say that we're okay with communities becoming collateral damage in the pursuit of frac gas.
Thank you.
By exempting, thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair George, the last person I have on my speakers list today is Diane Hodiak, who should now be asked to unmute.
Hello, speaker, we can't hear you. Are you there, speaker? Stephanie, is there any chance we lost our last speaker?
I believe the speaker is still on. I apologize. I will prompt once more Diane Hodiak to
Okay,
unmute.
now it's working.
Yes.
I was getting the message that the host was not allowing me to unmute. Thank you very much, though. It's working now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Diane Hodiak. I'm the Executive Director of 350 Deschutes, and we work on climate policy for the state of Oregon. I want to say that I want to reinforce what you've been hearing all along, that as hard as DEQ is working, and they are working very hard, they are falling short. They are making decisions that I believe will not allow them to meet the science-based goals for emission reductions for Oregon, mainly because of the number of exemptions for fossil fuel plants, for trash burning municipalities, and many others. So please, EQC, if you could ask DEQ to revisit those exemptions. Also, as far as BACT, I suggest using that as a fallback, as guidance, and putting all polluters under the cap. That is the most equitable and allows them the most deference in their own regard for making decisions. Finally, for the clean truck rule, please make the strongest rule possible, because California is dumping their dirty trucks into Oregon now. And unless you make a strong rule, that will continue to happen. Those existing trucks still pollute a great deal. Lastly, oil by rail, please require vapor pressure.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair George. Those are all the hands that we had in our speakers queue for public forum today.
Well, again, I want to thank everybody who took time to come and speak with us today. And we appreciate it. And we appreciate the opportunity to hear what is on everybody's mind. We do need to probably move right along, as we are now fairly considerably behind our schedule, and we do have several more agenda items, including the executive session at the end of the day. So Director Whitman, let's go to you and others for some well-deserved employee recognition.
Thank you, Chair George. For the record, Richard Whitman, Oregon DEQ Director. It's a pleasure to be before you on this agenda item. I'm going to share this presentation with Leah Feldman, Deputy Director for DEQ. Every year, the state of Oregon celebrates Public Service Recognition Week, and we are asked, along with other state agencies, to nominate individuals as ambassadors of public service, individuals who've really gone above and beyond the call of duty in terms of their work in providing services to the people of Oregon. So this year is no exception, even with the very strange circumstances of the pandemic. And we had very many great nominations submitted for DEQ employees to the State Department of Administrative Services for these awards. So what we would like to do is, Leah Feldman and I will share this, but we'll go through the employees who were nominated for these awards. And we're going to start out with 3 individuals who were actually selected as ambassadors of public service to represent DEQ, if you will, as examples of great public servants here in the state of Oregon. And the first of those individuals is Dana Bailey, and I'll take that one. If I could have the next slide, please. So Dana is a safety specialist in our Central Services Division and works with Brian Bowling, who's appeared before this commission a number of times. And Dana really stands out for several reasons. First of all, in her professional role, she's been key in working with our Central Services Division in transitioning to a pandemic workforce and doing that, a remote workforce that is still carrying out our functions and doing that in a safe way. So helping us obtain personal protective equipment, developing protocols for us to do our work safely. Dana really has had a key role in that. But secondly, Dana has gone above and beyond by really taking on a leading role in doing equity work here within Oregon DEQ and really being a leader in that work as well. We celebrated Black History Month in February, and Dana put together a daily program newsletter noting things in Oregon's history around Black history that really was a great educational opportunity for all of DEQ in terms of learning more about that part of our history. And so thank you, Dana, for all your work and for everything you've done for Oregon over the past year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leah Feldman to talk a little bit about Peter Brewer.
All right, next slide, please. Thank you, Director. Here we have Peter Brewer. He was the second of the 3 folks that were chosen for this resiliency honor this year as a ambassador of public service. Peter works in our Eastern Region Bend office. And during last year's wildfire season, the challenging one that we all know it was, Peter served as the severe wildfire smoke coordinator and the air quality advisory team leader. So his work was paramount in ensuring that the team made timely, inclusive decisions and that the public received needed information to protect their health. In his role, Peter monitors smoke levels, he organizes multi-agency smoke response calls, he answers questions and assists in issuing air quality advisories to the communities. And he also kept the severe smoke response team engaged, informed, and focused. And I just know we would not have had the ability to respond to communities' questions and needs throughout the last wildfire season without Peter. So well-deserved here. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks, Leah. And I have the honor of talking a little bit about Peggy Ivy, who is an office specialist at our laboratory in Hillsborough. And like much of the rest of DEQ, the laboratory has been operating with many people doing remote work. And so Peggy has really played a key role in making sure that everybody at the lab has the resources they need to keep doing their work remotely. And so assisting field staff, getting staff the items they need, keeping our COVID supplies up to date at the lab, replenishing vehicles. And Peggy has been at the lab almost every day carrying out this work. And so she's just been critical to keeping that part of the agency going. So thank you so much, Peggy, for all your work, and both for the lab and for Oregon. Leah?
All right, next slide, please. As mentioned, we are honoring everybody who was nominated today. So included in that category is Leah Boyashinova, and she is a website coordinator in our communications team here at headquarters in Portland. Leah has helped ensure the public had access to critical information during the COVID-19 pandemic and wildfire season, including immediate updates on the vehicle inspection program closures and alternatives, which allowed tens of thousands of motor vehicle owners to make necessary plans. And she built a wildfire webpage to provide key information to homeowners who faced massive and traumatic upheaval in the aftermath of the destructive fires this past year. Internally at DEQ for the staff, she was the lead for a changeover to a new SharePoint platform, which resulted in a smooth transition. And it was done months earlier than expected, by the way. So this was no small feat. It's sometimes hard to change over to these new systems. And she really ensured that this switch went remarkably well. She is also leading the internal change to a modernized external web platform, which will give DEQ more options for public communications. Next slide.
All right, thanks, Leah. So I'm going to talk about Martina Frey, who is a Senior Water Quality Compliance Analyst in the Community and Program Assistance program within our Water Quality Division. So Martina has been with us for about 3 years now, and she's just doing amazing work in compliance processes and data delivery and storage relating to our water quality, our key water quality permitting program, the NPDES program. Our colleagues at the Federal Environmental Protection Agency have called out Martina and her work, really applauded her help with data management and helping us reduce the significant non-compliance issues for our facilities here in Oregon. This past year has been difficult on facilities that are reporting in the water quality program. And so Martina's work during this past year has been particularly important in keeping everybody on track. We're now achieving a 99% reporting for both our major and minor facilities using something called NetDMR, which is the program that we use along with the Federal Environmental Protection Agency for reporting water quality compliance information. And so Martina's been a key part of that as a team lead in this program. And so thank you so much for keeping us going, Martina. Leah?
All right, next we have Mitch Frister, and Mitch is in our Central Services Division here at headquarters, and he works on the Your DEQ Online project, or as commissioners are familiar with, EDMS. And as you know, we just recently got this project out to the public with the first couple of programs. This is our largest modernization project, as you know, really in the history of DEQ in terms of our technology services. And this is a very complex project, and Mitch has really risen to the top as one of the stars of getting the project implemented and doing it with a smile when, you know, these things are hard. Again, system transitions can be hard internally and externally. Mitch really has helped the programs to document and standardize business processes. He's helped coordinate different program groups across the agency and helped lead them towards defined system requirements and needs. And he has been instrumental in the finance portion of the project. A lot of folks talk about Mitch as being a really great teammate and a pleasure to work with. Some have said he's a skilled communicator, that he's patient, tenacious, kind, and respectful of others, and that he takes initiative and focuses his energy on finding solutions and making our processes better. So thank you to Mitch.
Thanks, Leah. Next slide, please. So our next recipient is Patty Hahn, who is a workforce analyst in our training and development program, again in Central Services. And you can kind of tell from this photo and in the slide that Patty's a real people person. Patty is so important for DEQ. We're in the middle of so much change, and that is Patty's area of expertise. She is an expert in change management. And so when we are taking on a new project and we identify that there's a need for change management, Patty is brought in right at the front end to help us with project management and project design and assure that we're thinking through and undertaking the steps that are necessary to bring people along in the changes involved in a project. So Patty is really a clear communicator. She's great at outlining the steps that are involved in changes in an easy to follow format. And she's a key part of our training program. One project that she's working on right now that isn't really visible externally is our QNet page. It's our intranet. And it's a key way that we have of communicating information about projects that are going on in the agency to the entire agency. And Patty's very involved in that right now and in providing great assistance. So again, is a champion of change and an effective asset in this time of needing to be resilient. Patty's just done great work for us. Thank you so much, Patty. Leah.
All right. Next, we have Alex Liverman, and not only am I proud to talk about Alex, but I'm really excited to have probably the coolest photo that is up here on this awesome tree here next to Alex. So Alex is a water quality coordination program analyst in our water quality program and in the Northwest region. And in her position as stormwater coordinator for the Portland Harbor Superfund site, she is really driving projects towards consistent progress with that site and ensuring that the upland sources of contamination to the Willamette are controlled as the EPA prepares for remediation of the Willamette River. Other recent accomplishments include recent completion of a major agency decision document for stormwater outfalls in the city of Portland, a culmination of years of work, and supporting the Oregon Department of Transportation with a clear schedule for implementing actions to reduce contamination from area roadways. Alex, her contributions recently have extended beyond stormwater as well. She was on special assignment with headquarters in 2020, supporting the development of a new program designed to manage solid waste tires, and was also the primary author of the Willamette Basin Mercury Total Maximum Daily Load approach. So thank you to Alex for all of her work and collaboration with external stakeholders and agencies with DEQ as well.
Thanks, Leah. Next slide, please. So Kaylee Major is our next recipient of this honor. She's a water quality standard specialist here in headquarters. And Kaylee's made a number of very significant contributions over the course of the last year. First of all, you may recall we've had a new aluminum standard, and Kaylee developed a large amount of data to complete an evaluation report that's part of the foundational work for implementing that standard here in Oregon. You also recall that the Commission considered the 1200Z industrial stormwater permit by rule, general permit by rule, I think at the March EQC meeting, and Kaylee was part of the team working on that effort as well. We also had stormwater issues over the course of this past year with the use of tear gas and other munitions in Portland. And Kaylee has been part of the team working with the city of Portland, analyzing sampling from some of those results and evaluating whether or not we've got ongoing environmental contamination and public health issues related to that. In addition to her kind of day job with DEQ, Kaylee also has been active externally. She's on the board of directors of the Pacific Northwest Society for Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry. And she's also on the professional development committee of the Portland chapter of Women in the Environment, a nonprofit that fosters relationships and diversity among environmental professionals. Thank you, Kaylee.
All right, next slide, please. Next is Rachel Sakata, and you all heard from Rachel earlier today on the informational item for the Clean Trucks rule. So Rachel is a senior air quality planner, as you've heard, at headquarters for DEQ. And besides her work on the Clean Trucks rule and informational items, she has also served as the lead staff member for working with our third-party contractor on the design for the online portal for the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, which I know you're all familiar with. And the project has been very complex, and despite challenges, Rachel has really demonstrated resiliency, demonstrating the core values that the state expects and pushing the project forward, which we're really thankful for. She led the team in developing a process for accurately and efficiently processing the rebate applications, bringing our backlog of applications down before the third party contractor began processing in the summer of 2020. And when the delivery of the platform was delayed, Rachel supported DEQ in contract negotiations to bring the project back on track and ensure that the state received a functioning platform. So the project has now received all stage gate endorsements, and the contractor is on schedule. So we really appreciate Rachel's work for this important program that ensures that people who are taking the leap into electric vehicles get the rebates as planned. So thanks to Rachel.
All right, the next slide, please. So the next individual is Justin Sturger with our Eastern Region Water Quality team. And I've had the honor of working a little bit with Justin on a project recently, and have really been incredibly impressed with his work. Justin joined us a couple of years ago at a time of great turnover in our water quality staff in the Eastern region, a lot of retirements during that time. And Justin really has taken the lead in building a new team of water quality permit professionals in the Eastern region. So working with Anna Morgan Hayes, Vanessa Rose, and Patty Isaac, we have a new team in the Eastern region, and it's a very strong team. And I've been very impressed by Justin's work in the course of the past few months. Part of that work has also been cleaning up some very nasty, difficult water quality permit files that have been hanging around for too long, and getting them taken care of and moving forward. So Justin's really been a key linchpin in the water quality program in Eastern region. We're really happy to have him on board, and he's really helping pull together resources from many different people to do that important work in the Eastern region. So thank you so much, Justin, for all your work.
And next slide, please. Next, we have Rebecca Wells Albers, who's a project manager and brownfields coordinator for headquarters. And this past year, Rebecca worked as the statewide brownfields and grants coordinator. In this position, Rebecca encountered a number of issues related to the grants, many stemming from antiquated and ineffective systems for tracking the various budgets. And so some of her first work was in working with EPA and to work through these issues and advance and develop the relationships with our federal counterparts. And this is one of the more challenging pieces of her job, but she continues on enthusiastically and with a problem-solving approach to all of her work, and always an ambassador for continued improvement and giving recommendations for continued improvement. In her short time in that role, she stood up and elevated key relationships for DEQ that really augment our collaboration with communities, maximizing the public benefit of brownfields work. So Rebecca is known for perseverance and resilience, dedication in all of her work on brownfields. So thank you to Rebecca.
All right, and I have the last individual nominated this year is Lila Yelitzetti, who is our public records officer for Oregon DEQ, and really has a daunting job in terms of managing our public records system. And Lila is constantly looking for new ways of improving our systems in terms of agency records management, an area that really needed substantial work, and where substantial work has been done over the past several years. So Leela's been working on a project on agency records management and how to integrate our records management with our public records system. So Leela's really been, again, going above and beyond kind of the regular scope of duties for her position. In addition to her work on public records during this time of the pandemic, Leela's also been a leader in working on diversity, equity, and inclusion issues here within DEQ. And she's working with our BIPOC staff group and participating in other diversity, equity, and inclusion work, including helping stand up a new diversity, equity, and inclusion council, permanent council within DEQ. So her leadership, both on DEI work and in records management, has just been integral to the agency, and it's really a pleasure to be able to recognize her work over the last year. And thank you, Leela, for everything you're doing for the agency and, again, for Oregon. Leah?
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I just wanted to end our presentation here by reiterating how grateful we are to have all of these staff members. And it's really nice to be able to recognize these fantastic team members and to be able to recognize all of our staff for their hard work over this last year. Director Whitman and I are humbled by the resilience that our staff have shown this last year, and it just serves to reinforce our belief that we have an incredible team of people that deserve recognition for their public service and commitment to our mission. So thank you to all of the staff at DEQ, and thank you, commissioners, for taking the time with us to celebrate our staff today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. We want to, as a commission, join you in celebrating and saying thank you and fantastic job to all our DEQ staff. I loved highlighting these leaders that were held up today as wonderful examples. But I mean, truly, a career in public service is really a calling in my people, right? People do not go into public service for the fame and the glory, right? I have yet to hear of somebody asking for somebody's autograph after they've written a really improved permit, right? But when we do remember our government workers and the people who respond and step up and take care of our people and our resources, we remember how important the work of our public servants are when we need their expertise, when we need their help. And then we remember to call on them very quickly. And this last year has certainly been a year where we've had to do that many times. Well, in the last couple of years, right? I mean, it's when a drinking water source that we've, for one of our major communities or other communities that we've always assumed to be safe suddenly isn't. We know who the people are who step up and step in and help address it. And people made reference earlier to when the air we breathe, and we are so used in so many parts of Oregon to that being clean and refreshing, and all of a sudden the air outside that we have to breathe isn't safe. We are asking folks what to do very quickly and how they can help. And the DEQ staff are the people who step up and are there for Oregonians. You know, in 2020, DEQ workers moved the work of an entire agency largely from government buildings and labs primarily to their homes, and they made it look effortless from the outside. And so we want to just thank our DEQ workers and teammates. You are the ones who do the work to protect the resources of Oregon, and we all want to honor and respect you today for the tremendously hard work that you do. So thank you, everyone. Okay, Director, I think your report is our last open agenda item for the day.
Thank you, Chair George, commissioners, and I'm going to do my best to try to catch us up as much as possible on schedule. We are about 25 minutes behind, but more than that. Yeah, but I'm going to do my best. And so I am not going to cover portions of my written report. If commissioners have questions about that, please know you're welcome to follow up with me directly. You all have my cell number, and call or text me if you've got questions about particular written pieces in the director's report. I will note we had a couple of comments in the public forum about Riverbend landfill, and we will follow up with the individuals who had some questions about that portion of the report, and we'll be providing more information to the commission also about Riverbend in upcoming meetings also. But I do want to cover several other things that are important to inform the commission about that are going on in the department. And the first is something that is not actually in the written report, and that is concerning internal audit and the internal audit function within the agency. And so we have recently been able to finally hire, thanks to resources that were provided by the legislature, an internal auditor in Oregon DEQ. And this is something that we used to have, but the resources were lost a while back. The legislature has actually funded a number of these positions, not only at DEQ, but a number of other agencies. And so our new chief audit executive is Valerie Wickland, and she is actually I believe, with us today. And Stephanie, if you can, we might actually even be able to see, do a visual introduction of Valerie very quickly for the commission. Are you able to do that? If you're not, that's okay. Just let me know.
And Director Whitman and Chair George, Valerie Wickland is with us as a co-host here today and has been prompted to unmute. So I believe Valerie should be able to turn on video if they so desire.
I don't. I'm here. Hello, everyone. I don't know how to turn on the video. I'm sorry. Maybe wait.
Valerie, that's just fine. I will just say we're very pleased to have you join DEQ, and you've been busy for the last month helping us finalize a charter for an audit committee. The audit committee will be reporting to the audit committee will be working with the chief audit executive in providing reporting to the commission on the results of that auditing work as we go forward. This function of having an internal auditor is really an important part of being a mature organization, one that is looking to see where are there potential risks, where are there areas that are in need of process improvement, and doing the work to take care of those issues before they really become serious. So having Valerie on board to do that work is really wonderful. And Valerie comes to us with significant experience in doing audit work with Oregon Lottery, Oregon Department of Revenue, Oregon Department of Administrative Services. And so she is also working with a council of internal audit executives from other agencies. And so she is both part of a team here within DEQ, but also working with other agencies that are doing similar work. I have prevailed upon Commissioner Kyle to be a member of the audit committee. And I will mention that because we will in September probably be filling 2 EQC positions, we may transition that over to one of the new commissioners at that point, recognizing that Commissioner Kyle is also being the liaison to the Watershed Enhancement Board, which is a not insignificant amount of work. So thank you, Commissioner Kyle. We also have Lisa Sumption, who is the director of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and herself a former auditor, is also serving on the audit committee. So we've got a really strong group of people on the audit committee. We have a number of managers also within the agency. And Valerie is hard at work on putting together both a risk assessment and a work plan for the audit function here going forward. But this is, in my mind, really a good sign for the agency that we are undertaking this work and, again, catching things before they really become problems. And that's the whole idea here. Valerie, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I would just like to say that I am thrilled and proud to be a part of DEQ because my values align exactly with DEQ's. So I'm really passionate about auditing, and I'm hoping that I can add some value, or I know I can add value, and I'm looking forward to working with all the wonderful, skilled, dedicated people here that I've just seen a presentation for. I haven't met very many yet, but I think I'm going to do some good work, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Valerie. So Stephanie, I am going to do a quick share screen here and present a couple of other items to the commission. I think that will work. Okay. There we go. It is working. I want to talk to the commission for a moment about derelict vessels. This has been in the news a little bit lately. So first of all, the fishing vessel Tiffany in the Columbia River, you see a photo here from the Coast Guard. This is about it's actually 86-foot former fishing vessel that sank. It's been derelict. This is near Longview on the Oregon side of the river, a little bit downriver from Longview. And there was a pretty significant potential for release of both fuel and other hazardous materials. The vessel has been raised and stabilized for the moment, and so things are kind of under control. But I want to also show you, this is from 2012, a significant spill from the same vessel. And it just kind of illustrates what we're dealing with here. We have an aging commercial fishing fleet in Oregon. We also are dealing with the US military that has an aging fleet of vessels. And vessels from both of those sources are ending up in situations that are where they're essentially owned by individuals who may be well-intentioned and want to find a use, but don't have the resources or the skills to really be able to carry that off long-term. And so increasingly, we're seeing these larger, formerly commercial type or government vessels end up, whether it's along the Columbia or in some of our coastal ports, just an increasing problem in Oregon. And to that point, here's picture number 3. This is the fishing vessel Pacific Cloud that caught fire in the Skipanon River near Warrenton here a couple of weeks ago, and which is being salvaged right now by the owner. So this is a problem that Oregon and Washington, state of Washington, have been working on, and California also for some years now. But the reality is we do not have a funding source to take care of these derelict vessels, and the volume is, and the potential risk to the environment is increasing. So this is going to be something that I think we really emphasize with our legislature here in the coming year or two. We hope to do that along with the state of Washington. We did get some legislation passed on this issue back in the 2013 session, I believe. But fundamentally, what we need probably is some form of requirement for the owners of these vessels to carry insurance so that we have a place to go if they become derelict, and we have a source of funding that can be used to deal with the situation. So I don't know if there are questions from commissioners, but I wanted just you all to know that we are very aware of these situations and taking it seriously, and there's some serious conversation and work going on with the state of Washington and also with our congressional delegation around possibly doing things on the federal level, particularly with regard to the General Services Administration and the surplusing of military vessels without any sort of provision for assuring that they're going to an owner who can actually responsibly take care of them. So any questions from the commission on that? I've not seen any. Okay.
Doesn't look like it, but it's an important issue. I'm very glad to hear DEQ is engaged on it.
All right, on another issue that was brought up during public comment, and actually, I'm not going to go to budget. I am going to talk about budget, but let me talk about one other thing first, and that is the issue around dissolved oxygen in the lower Deschutes River, the issue that was brought up by Mr. Kirsch in the Deschutes River Alliance. This is an issue that has been going on for a number of years. Deschutes River Alliance has been working to try to change Oregon DEQ's approach on this issue and frankly, the management of Pelton Round Butte. The commission will recall we did a site visit out to Pelton Round Butte a couple of years ago. And so a lot of this has to do with how we are managing releases of cold water from Pelton at what times of the year and what flow rates. There is a 401 water quality certification for Pelton Round Butte for Portland General. And that 401 is being modified in part to address some of these issues. And so there is going to be, in June, we are releasing a draft proposed modification to the 401 certification for Pelton. There will be an opportunity for public comment and most likely a public hearing opportunity on that modification. And that will be another opportunity for Deschutes River Alliance and other interested parties to express their opinions and perspectives on this issue to the department. Longer term, a little bit longer term, we probably are looking at potentially some changes in our standards around this issue, and that would address some of the underlying issues with protection of the trout fishery in the lower Deschutes as well. So there are a couple of venues coming up where these questions will be looked, there'll be an opportunity for these questions to be looked at in detail. All right, budget. So we had good news on the revenue forecast earlier this week. The Office of Economic Analysis for the state released their revenue forecast, and bottom line is the forecast is up from the last forecast, which was released in March, by essentially $1 billion. $1 billion for the current biennium as well as the 21-23 coming biennium. And so there will be a kicker. There will be a kicker payment to Oregon taxpayers, but also in terms of state agency budgets and state resources, things are looking pretty good right now. State agencies are starting to be scheduled for what are called their work sessions. These are the final step in the legislative budget process. We have not been scheduled yet, but we expect we probably will be within the next few weeks. What we are hearing at a general level at this point is, again, things are looking pretty good for state budgets. We probably are not going to see any significant reductions at DEQ. We may see some of the both policy option packages and other new investments by the legislature coming. Part of that is the American Relief and the ARPA funding coming from Congress, which has the U.S. Department of the Treasury has released guidance on the use of those funds, and those funds can be used for water and wastewater infrastructure. And so there are active discussions going on in the legislature right now about investments, particularly related to wildfire recovery in water and wastewater and the intersection of that, those needs in communities that suffered losses during the Labor Day fires last fall. So that's about what we know at this point on budget. We'll have much more specific information in a couple of weeks, but right now the picture is looking pretty good. Questions about budget? All right. Very briefly on legislative session, I've already spoken about House Bill 2021, and just to be clear, again with the commission, it is not that bill, the 100% clean, is not passed the legislature, but it passed out of the Joint Revenue Committee. It still will now go to the Joint Ways and Means, and then would go to the Senate for the Senate's consideration. So it does have a number of steps to go through still before it would become law, but the fact that it's still alive and moving in the process is certainly promising. Other bills that have moved further, the extension of the Clean Vehicle Rebate Program appears to, I'm not 100% sure whether it's passed or it's about to pass, but it looks like it's very likely that that program will be extended. So the rebate incentives for electric vehicles looks like it's going to be extended beyond the current end date of 2023. So that's very good news for us also. There was similarly legislation authorizing the Public Utilities Commission to set differential rates for lower income households. This may seem a little bit strange for me to be raising this, but it is a very important tool for the state as we work on moving communities off of fossil fuel infrastructure, whether that's driving or home heating. Having the ability to work with the PUC in a coordinated fashion to make sure that that's done in a way that protects low-income communities, communities of color, really important. And so very pleased to see that moving forward as well. Commissioners, I think with that, in the interest of time, those are the highlights in terms of my report for what's going on at DEQ. I will remind you all, we have a very, we're working on the agenda for July EQC. It's looking very full. We have been doing work with both the Department of Forestry on our memorandum of understanding with ODF on water quality, as well as the Department of Agriculture for the Confined Animal Feeding Operation Program. The CAFO MOU, I believe, is coming to the Commission for the Commission's approval in July, and we will be talking with you, Chair George, and Commissioner Mosby about the Forestry MOU at a meeting we have next week on this issue, but suffice it to say there is progress, and we will be bringing that for information to the full commission later this year, probably not at the July meeting, but more details next week on that. And I think that's it for the director's report for now.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate considering our time. That was certainly the abbreviated version, but commissioners, please remember to go ahead and take the director up on his offer to follow up on any items that you need more information on. We do know that we have other folks who are waiting for the meeting that was scheduled for 5 p.m. at the executive session. And so we'll check in, and I think what we will do is we will adjourn the public component of this meeting here shortly, and then as scheduled and as publicly noted, we will move to the executive session portion of our meeting. So commissioners, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:16.
So moved, Chair.
Second.
First and second, does anybody object to adjourning the public component of this meeting? Hearing none, we will consider ourselves adjourned for the day. So Stephanie, we want to check in with you and we also want to end, of course, by thanking everybody who joined us today. Staff and just Oregonians, we want to thank each and every one of you for joining us on our work today.